Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Oh, whoops. Hello. I think I'm live. Probably. Let's get started. Man, do I love being a working, functioning adult. Haha. Well, I suppose yesterday I actually did real work. So that's not quite fair. Yesterday I had to do real work because I had to drive all over town to do fingerprinting. At least I didn't have to also do a drug test. God, I hate doing drug tests. If only because it takes forever, man. At least where I am, because they're always either super backed up or they just don't have the resources to handle everyone that needs to get a drug test. Because it's like getting a drug test is like for both professional, like white collar workers like myself, and then also for like blue collar workers for whatever reason, which seems kind of weird. Like I remember like when I worked for Walmart, they also had me take a drug test. And I was like, what? Why? Like, I get it. For my job, it makes sense because you are, well, doesn't really make sense, but it makes more sense because you are, you know, handling confidential information. So you need to be more or less trustworthy. It's not like DOD clearance, but they still do like a pretty lengthy background check on you for whatever reason. So they go through your acquaintances, see if you have a criminal history. Well, I suppose that goes for most jobs, but like also they go through your acquaintances and whatever. I was like, well, I swear I'm an upstanding citizen. I've never been in trouble with the law, fortunately. I have potentially almost been in trouble with the law, but that's neither here nor there. As long as it's not on the record, who cares? All right, so send me. So what I'm doing right now is, oh, I guess my title is slightly wrong. This is still related to the Vtuber program. I think this is going to be fairly quick. I just want to get it done. Just want to get it done really. You know what? Let's do HTML style UI lib with Godot. There we go. Updated. We are no longer lying. That's my apologies. We'll switch whenever I'm done with this. So this is zip loading. We don't want to do any zip loading. Gdml. So what I'm working on is the kind of the runner, if you will. Yeah. So it doesn't show anything initially, but because that's kind of the point. Although I think I'll put like a default screen, like drag on a UI here, and then it will load on startup every time. That's what I'm thinking. Let's see. Most of these are fairly simple, and I think I'm also going to break out this file because this file is pretty good. Like Godot does not have built-in support for recursively getting all files in a directory. It does not have support for copying a directory recursively, and also does not have support for removing directories recursively. So I wrote also a small utility library to handle that for whatever reason. Let me see. So this is copy directory recursive. And then I think I can take out this call if necessary. So file dictionary. All right, so here we go, just so that it's compatible. All right, so we can avoid a function call if I have already called this before, and then this is just a nice wrapper around, you see, underscore get files recursive, where this one we pass in an original path just so that we can hold on to it, because it'll always be the same original path, but because, you know, function scoping and all that, it's not actually, you know, we can't store it anywhere. We could just store it on the class, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not a psychopath. And we'll do the same thing here. Yeah, there we go. Let me add a thingy. Oh, Rotbjörn, retention rate increased. Thank you, thank you. Glad to have retained a viewer. I should count myself lucky. How are you? How are you? I would be working on my Vtuber thing, but this is a UI library that I'm going to be using for it. I was going to be using it for it, but here we are. It does work though, so something that's cool. And I guess, how are you doing? Did I already ask that? I don't remember. But check this out. So if we look at this Pong XML, it's just an XML file. So very HTML-esque. And then you can do it, it's very JavaScript-esque as well, where you can have lots of inline scripts for whatever reason. Is this some sort of DSL inside Godot or a parser for XML language? It is sort of a DSL almost for Godot. So it allows for inline GD scripts. You can also just load in a GD script if it's in the same directory. So it's very similar to how you would handle an HTML file. So Gdml scripts, these are custom nodes, but then you have just references to regular nodes. So you have, see, a canvas layer, that's a canvas layer, color rect, that's a color rect, whatever. And it's actually not even XML because XML does not allow for self-closing tags. So there we go. Yeah, so everything here, it's basically the scene tree in Godot if you weren't using Godot scene tree or Godot's editor. The benefits of this is that some people are just more comfortable designing UIs using an HTML style layout. Also, it allows for really easy modability of whatever you want to display. So I guess I should show off Pong. So this is Pong, look at that. I accidentally replaced the icon with a custom icon, so this is what you get. But this is all the code that's for Pong, is just a loader to load in the file. And there it goes, ball is gone. Yeah, so this is the Pong scene tree. It just has one node called Pong with a script attached to it. The script just preloads in the generator, Gdml, Godot markup language, And then I load in a context path. And then, yeah, just generate using the root file, essentially, pong.xml. And so if we look at the actual file path, so open in File Manager, and all of this is open source, by the way, so you don't know. You don't trust what I'm saying for whatever reason. It is on my GitHub. Yeah, so there are only these 3 files. Yeah, but when you run it, you can see that it generates a bunch of other files, and all of these, or not all, a bunch of other files, it generates a bunch of little nodes that match one-to-one with whatever is here. Yeah. So it fulfills 2 goals. One is, I guess, modability. That's first and foremost. The primary goal is that, like in normal exported projects, it's really hard to inject in new files without creating a new pack. But then if you are using a custom build of Godot, then that pack might not be able to be loaded. So there lots of hoops you have to jump through. And also, yeah, a pack file can only be loaded if you export a project from Godot. I guess you could unpack the pack, because a pack file is just a zip file, but then all the scripts are usually going to be already coded into bytecode. So then you need to basically undo that, or just add your own things and hope there's a hook for you to hook in your custom scripts. Yeah, and 2 is, you know, funny UI layout. So what I'm working on right now is a runner. So the runner kind of works already. So we can drop in a complete file, or no, we can't. Well, yes, I can. I was gonna say drop in a folder. No, I'm working on dropping in a folder, but you can drop in pong.xml. Look at that. So it takes the file, loads the file, and parses it. It only works for a single file, though. If you want to load in multiple files, it's going to be a bit tougher because Godot does not have good file recursion capabilities for whatever reason. So that's what I'm trying to build in. So I wrote a small library for that as well. So it just walks through every single directory recursively, so it's able to copy something recursively, which is neat. And it's also able, actually I don't know if copy works, I haven't tested it yet. I know removing a directory recursively works. So it tries to step inside, well, it runs through basically like a tree call. So it gets all the files recursively, and then when you get all the files recursively, it will display, or it will hold them all inside of a dictionary like that. If it's a nested folder, instead of being an absolute path to a file, it will be another dictionary, where dictionaries are basically just JSON, easier to think about. And then we just walk basically that entire tree structure. So let's see if we can do some really quick documentation so I don't forget how this is supposed to work. Copies a directory from path to a given path, a pre-parsed. Hello, did you finish the Vtuber program? I am still working on it. This is actually going to be used for the Vtuber program. So what I was working on before with it, so I can pull it up. We can pull up another instance. Hopefully it doesn't crash. It's too heavy-ish. Computer should be beefy enough for it. So a lot of the UI stuff is not using this library because it just wasn't done in time. Unfortunately, I'm still working on it. It's hard. I still need to hook everything up. But this is what I have so far, so check that out. So all this stuff, and then, you know, it's not a bug, it's a feature, because you can have multiple menus up at once. I also need to build out the debug console, but I'm building all these tools for this program, but it's just not enough time, too many things to do. Because I know there are several libraries for Godot that enable like a debug console, but they're not actually a debug console, right? It's actually more of just like singleton bindings almost. So you have to build out everything. All you can do are things that are implemented by your thing, right? You only have access to the functions that you pre-programmed, obviously. But because I've already written a library to help with that, that's basically, it allows for arbitrary scripts to be written at runtime. That's what I'm going to use for this debug console, so it's just easier to poke at certain things if I need to poke at certain things. Or if code needs to be essentially monkey patched at runtime. Actually, I'm not sure if you're able to monkey patch something in Godot. You might be able to monkey patch. It's kind of weird though. You know what? I've never tried, because I know you can replace scripts at runtime, but are you able to monkey patch at runtime? Like, just because I know you can get a method list of a class. You can get the method list of a class, and you can get all of the various parameters, return values, etc. But I wonder, can you just replace the function definition entirely, or the function body entirely? Let's monkey patch. So monkey patching is a Python concept where you are able to change a function body during program execution. So it's usually used for testing, but it's basically like a more encompassing mix-in. Can I answer your question? I was roughly 0 hours in Godot. That's fair enough. I think it should be possible to monkey patch though, but yeah. Monkey patching, it's horrible architecturally. You should never use, or you should never rely on monkey patching in your program, but it is a really nice tool to have. It is a really nice tool to have. But you should never build your program on top of monkey patch functionality. But I think for modifying the program after it's been released, it's really nice. Or modifying the program without having to have a completely separate test build is also nice, right? All right, hold on. The YouTube video I've been watching on the side is starting to end. It's 10 fascinating lore discoveries in Elden Ring. What a great game. I need to go back to playing it. I just don't have enough time. I've yet to reach the point of thinking about patches for a game. Yeah, well, you could always patch your own software, right? So, yeah, I'm not sure how to patch a Godot game, I'm gonna be honest. I know what you can do is you can generate a pack file, and then you can pass in a pack file, but I'm not sure how your program will handle that. I guess it's supposed to unpack it somehow and then use all the files to do a thing. File paths can be passed in. Yeah, I still need to get back to making games. I remember the good old days when I actually worked on games and stuff. So, files to copy from, or path to copy from. Okay. From and to. Now, I wish there was something else. I know there's some tools out there, but I don't think any of the tools out there that generate documentation, I don't think any of them use the docstring format. I think they all use like the Java docstring format, which is kind of weird. Like it's very strange. Like this is like GDScript is very clearly based off of Python, or at least the syntax is based off of Python. But why do all the docstring generators rely on Java style docstrings? I'll never understand that. All right, so hopefully we can get this really done, or done really quickly. Directory utils, let me copy this into here, give this a save. I'll just save this into my Godot snippets folder, because this is pretty good, I think. It seems to work at least. So new dir utils. I'll have to make a README for this at some point. Dir utils. No external dependencies, which is also nice. So as I was explaining before, Godot has horrible directory recursion capabilities, as in it doesn't have any capability to do recursion when working with directories. And then also writing that logic yourself is super painful. So here we are. I've done it myself. So directory utils, copy directory recursive. So it'll be everything from path to runner directory. Should be fine. And then we can pass in this. It's not really a file system. I'm going to change that. This will also not work. Call this files. Because the intention was for me to have an HTML5 build of this. Like that's the... Oh, and actually, now that I'm saying that, HTML5 build, I cannot use this build at Godot. I must use the standard build. Just send me back. Apps, I think I have. Oh, I absolutely do not. Why don't I have Godot 344? Godot download. Oh no, I'm gonna out myself as using Windows. I've also downloaded Linux on this machine for whatever reason. I don't remember why. Sometimes I do things, and they make sense. Sometimes I don't. I do things and they don't make sense. All right, just open me. Don't need the console command. I've tried it with and without the console command. I'm not sure what the console command file is supposed to do, but maybe I'm just a weirdo. There, yeah. Run anyways. Did someone ping me? Did someone ping me? Did I just hear a Discord ping? Someone did ping me? It wasn't even in my server? Oh. So I was shocked by the fact that I use a 49% keyboard. That's probably fair. Do most developer-related things on native Linux? It depends on what I'm working on. If I'm working on graphical things, I prefer Windows. Oh, thank you very much, Isadora, for the host. Much appreciated. I was watching you earlier. I just didn't say anything. Although I'm not sure if that actually contributes to a viewer count, now I'm thinking about it. But yeah, if I'm doing graphical things, I prefer Windows. If I'm doing you know, anything else really, like server things, front end things, I prefer Linux. If only because, I don't know, I can guarantee that Linux will be a bit more stable. Anyways, let me just show off. I've showed this before many times, but this is the keyboard I use. Look at this. Look at this and be in awe of the tiny keyboard I use. It does for the viewer count, so thank you. You're very welcome as always. I hope it helps. Much appreciated. All I really want are stars in my GitHub repos. gotta show this off. Yes, I realize I'm a psycho, but I've been reducing the amount of keys on my keyboard as the years go on. So for some reason, I can't open Godot Engine on my Wi-Fi, but it works on your cell. It's being blocked by your ISP. It happens. Because I know my ISP, when I'm using Linux, when I'm using Linux, my ISP actually blocks a few packages unless I use an HTTPS connection for all the repositories. I don't know why. I don't know why. But I figured out that's why I failed a few kernel upgrades on my Pop OS box. I was like, we're trying to upgrade, can't upgrade, aborting. I was like, oh, why? Why would you do this? I think as end user, it's probably better on making on Windows. Yeah, if people are meant to use it on their OS, I prefer Windows. Where do you get? So, okay, hold on. I saw that before. I just chose not to answer it, but now I'm kicking myself. So let me see. Yeah. So it's layer down, and then these two things. So just imagine like your regular keyboard layout, and then just kind of smushing it onto these keys here. And so layer down is where I get most of my punctuation. The home and I don't use page up and page down, but I do have them mapped here, are on this key here. So upper layer is like controls, which is actually really nice once you get used to it. It's like a phone keyboard? Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like a phone keyboard, except you need to like learn it really hard. I think the hardest part is getting used to doing these. Underscore and dash are really hard for me for whatever reason. Yeah, and then numbers are on here. They're on layer down, but then I also have a phone numpad that's replaced on this side here, which is actually pretty sick because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and then also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0 across the top. So I can hit most keys with just one hand, or I can hit most numbers with just one hand, but I can type a bit faster. I can type the numbers a bit faster if I use both hands. And then also, WASD is mapped to arrow keys along with these arrow keys. So I find myself using like double arrow keys sometimes just to go faster, which is why sometimes you'll see me overshoot by like 2 or 3. It's because I'm tapping it really fast. Noise, I almost broke my Arch Linux install today as well. I think it's the curse of being a Linux user. Yeah. Classic Arch Linux user. mentions their distro. I suppose I also mentioned my distro, but I'm not super attached to it. I want to install Nix OS on one of my machines one of these days. I really like I've used Nix on my Mac for whatever reason, and I thought it was cool. So redirect is not declared in the current scope. Yeah, okay. So I have this implemented here just so it's compatible, because this is one of the custom things I wrote. No, this is not it. This is one of the custom things I wrote for Godot, or I patched in. But where is it? Oh, this is Abstract Manager. Wayne's wanting to learn the US layout for program. I haven't got into it yet. Are you using like the German layout? Isn't on the German layout you have to use Alt GR, whatever that key is right next to your spacebar? I'm familiar with it. I've had to use a keyboard like that before. Nordic IS, is it Nordic layout or ISO layout? Sorry, by the way. I've run Arch. I think Arch is a bit confusing, because I'm never sure which package manager to use. It's one of those things where there's like so many options. I'm just like, I prefer, Debian based distros because it's just apt. Just use apt. If you ever see anyone use apt-get, just use apt. Or on rel derived distros, you could use yum if you're a psychopath, but you should really use DNF. know. Arch is like, you want to use Yay? Do you want to use Pac-Man? Like, what do you want to use? I don't know. Nick seems like a cool idea, but I'm too stubborn. Alt YAR2 is at Nordic. Okay, so that's the Nordic layout. Yeah, I've used a Nordic layout before. I was confused. I think, actually, yeah, one of my keyboards does have a Nordic layout. I have a lot of keyboards. But now I've gotten into the using this style of keyboard, which is keys are all just in a single line, and I can't go back. So if I'm confusing and very temperamental, I'm a masochist. Here you go. Nice. I mean, if you want to have the latest and greatest pieces of software, I get it, you know. I get it. Is nice to have. To containing directory. Why do I need to do this? Replace path get file with nothing. Okay. So I only need to do Gdml new. Alt gr hand placement is not ergonomic. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But you do need to use it for typing umlauts, right? Umlauts and the other like accent characters. All right, so new. Okay, hold on. Undo me, redo me, control new. So by the way, I guess Isidore, if you're still there, if I haven't bored you with my keyboard talk, check this out. I kind of showed this off earlier, but this is the runner. Actually, no, hold on. This is the interesting part. I'm just not able to talk today for whatever reason. Look at that. So the cool part about this is that you can write scripts, or you can write entire scene layouts. The idea is for this to be used for UIs, but it's so abstracted that you can just pass in whatever you want. So it's JavaScript style, so you have scripts that can be just applied at will to whatever. You can have, you know, nodes. So this is a canvas layer, this is a color rect. GDML nodes are control nodes that have additional scripts attached to them. A circle, a umlaut, O umlaut. Keys on their own? Yeah. Oh, are they? I don't know. I'm an American. I use ANSI layout. But yeah, Pong. This is all that's there. It's just a node with the script that's attached to it. Just loads in the loader. Then we create a new instance of it with a context directory. Because the generator needs to know what the root directory is. It doesn't look for your project root. Yeah, and then generator generate Pong XML, and there you go, there's Pong. Just defined in a single XML file, and it's actually fairly quick as well. It does work on exports, because a common misconception about Godot is that it's not able to load in external files. It totally can, which is why you should not just execute random Godot projects, or I prefer not to execute random Godot projects. So any file that's not like write protected or read protected, the Godot program can absolutely either read and upload somewhere, or it can just delete it just because. So generally, if you're running your programs, or you're running programs as your regular user, only the files that are in your user folder are at risk. I do know that there are some people that like to run everything as administrator or run everything as root. Like I remember someone was asking for help in the Godot Rust Discord. I just noticed that all the commands they were running via like they were doing sudo cargo build. I was like, why are you running sudo with it? So I don't know. I've just always done sudo everything. I was like, that's absolutely madness. does seem really useful for modding. I'm glad that you get it. Is the entire point. Is for modding 100%. Because that is the, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it, right? It's meant for modding. And then also for, I guess, easier UI design, I suppose. I don't know if I like to do the scenes without the editor. It's also true. Scenes without the editor kind of painful, but what I'm working on is a standalone runner. Should be cool. Or sudo when it complains. I guess the please for maximal wholeness. Nah. You just gotta do, I like, yeah, please, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Compatible with all bash compatible terminals. I don't think like regular SH has exclamation, exclamation, but I know bash and ZSH have it, so I don't know. I'm a big fan of just running sudo exclamation, exclamation to run the previous command as sudo. I suppose it's not as wholesome. It's a bit more rude, but you know. Rename this to main.xml. So we'll do Gdml generate main.xml. Okay, so I run this. Just to verify that we're able to run Pong by itself. So that's Pong texting, but this, we're just gonna load in main XML. Look at that, how cool. Fish doesn't have it. I don't believe new has it either. Oh yeah, you use new shell, the weird Rust shell. I shouldn't say weird, new shell looks cool. I don't know, is new shell bash compatible or at least SH compatible? If it can run those, like, just regular shell scripts, I'd be happy. I might actually try to daily drive it. One of my Linux distros. Okay, let's see. Run me again. I didn't need to do that, actually. I think if I just drag the folder onto it, it should just work. Okay. Load folder. Oh, okay, I see. There we go. Then go back to here. Yeah, look at that. And then this should actually technically be cached. So if I go to, where is it? Here, runner. Yeah, there we go. Now it's cached. How cool. Standard Linux style. Has a very Rust style syntax. It's weird. It's like I really like how Rust works. I just don't like writing Rust. I find Rust to be very painful to write. Like I like it in that, in theory, it's very, very performance. But, and also because it's very performant and also has some guarantees about you not, you know, doing something wrong. You can kind of depend on the compiler to catch all your errors for you. Not logical errors, but, you know, like, you know, whoops, bad pointer. You know, now you're accessing memory that you shouldn't have access to, you know? Rust is awesome from a technological standpoint. Anything else? Well, you know which syntax I really like? I really like Golang syntax. I don't know if that's a weird opinion or not. It reminds me of, it's like, what if Python met Java? And that's pretty much Golang syntax. The only thing I really don't like about Golang, and I know they've kind of cleared this up in the latest release. I haven't used the latest release in Golang though. I have not used The latest, I think it's Golang 119 that has access to generics. And also the syntax for creating like primitives like maps and arrays is kind of bonkers as well. But other than that, I like it. Go routines also pretty sick. Use Golang a lot, but it's definitely fresh. Generics are new. So I wish Golang had classes inheritance just so it can be completely replace Java. I mean, it kind of has inheritance. Well, it's not inheritance, it's composition. You know, depending on sorry. Depending on who you ask, I think the lack of inheritance is a good thing. Or they'll say that lack of inheritance is a good thing. I think there are benefits to not having any inheritance at all. Because I think a lot of people like to really abuse deep inheritance trees, intentionally or not. So it gets really hard to read stuff, you know? So config JSON. Config dot. Well, we'll call it Gdml dot JSON. Okay. So this is pretty much just a file that will describe what the main file is. So if you don't have this, then we'll just assume that main is main.xml. At least some sort of built-in union tag struct like Rust's enums. Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, that's like I was kind of saying. Actually, does Java have unions? I know Python has unions. Yeah, I've never thought about that. I know in Java I've never like had to use a union though. But in Python, union's pretty sick. And at least not on a language level. It's been a long time since I've written any Java. And even then, the Java that I've written is only Java 8. Like I've written Java 8 for maybe 3 years, like professionally. Even though, isn't Java 17 coming out? I've technically worked with Java 11 because of SonarQube. What an awful piece of software. Okay, so let's do var file. Not up to date on Java version. I know records and cool switches. Switch to Kotlin is so much better. Oh yeah, for sure. I haven't touched Java in ages as well. I was shocked when I first saw records. What are records? What are records? All I know is like if you write like enterprise Java, you are almost certainly having to use Java 1.8 because that was the last free open source version of Java. Like you can still use the newer ones, but I don't know. There's some sort of licensing issue with the newer versions of Java. Even though there are open source implementations of it, I guess you still need to pay like a licensing fee to Oracle, maybe? File open. This will be runner directory. I was mind blown when I saw Java had new language features in general. Records are basically data classes like lambdas. Yeah, lambdas. I used to be against lambdas, but my mind has completely changed around when I started writing a lot more Rust. Does Golang have lambdas? Yeah, Golang also has lambdas. Or at least a form of lambdas. My programming language that I wrote is completely based off of lambdas. Or it's not completely based off of lambdas, but it doesn't have regular functions. Everything is a variable. If only because it's based off a GD script, so. Yeah, actually, I'm curious now. What are Java records? What are records? JDK 14s? It's, yeah, that's why I never saw it when I was working with SonarQube. Jenkov? Give me Geeks for Geeks. I like Geeks for Geeks. Sometimes their code is kind of bad, but I think I would prefer MK Young. Get me out of here. Lambdas are really nice. So I'm excited for them in GDScript 2.0. Yeah. Those Lambdas are also pretty sick. And also, I'm not sure if it's a bug or not, or like a workaround, but you can, like Lambdas in GDScript 2.0 do not, they're essentially static functions, but you can still give them access to the containing class if you just pass the class as a variable or as a parameter. Which one of these are records? Oh, without usage of records, and also they misspelled without. Oh, they're just using Eclipse. Sounds like Lisp. Never mind, I'm unable to read. Oh, I did write. The programming language I wrote is a Lisp, so I guess you're not wrong. Which one of these is a record? Wait, are data classes? Data classes are. Is that just a struct? Is that just a struct? I've kind of skimmed the code. Yeah, public record, yeah. The Java class without the setters and get is basically a. Yeah, it's like a C# struct, isn't it? It's like a C# struct. Expecting them to work like closures. Yeah, I think Lambdas in GDScript 2.0, they can grab the enclosing scope, but they don't have access to the entire class, which is fair, I think. But you can kind of work around that by just passing the entire class as a param, you know? It's a pod class similar to structs and other classes, but only as syntax sugar. Plain old data class. I'm assuming that's what it means. That's what pod means, plain old data. I'm trying to extrapolate because there's Pojos, big fan. There's Pogos, plain old Godot objects. Plain old data, yeah. File open. So it's var main. We'll call this entry point, right? So default main. So if this is a thing, language is not classes, pardon me. Consider yourself pardoned. Every day you learn something new about programming. I've never tried Kotlin, but I do have a license for IntelliJ. Because as it turns out, once you have an open source project that has a few stars, you can apply for just like free licenses, JetBrains Ultimate. So they gave it to me. How nice. But then I've already gotten too used to the workflow of just using VS Code for everything. So I'm finding it very hard to go, you know, use CLion for Rust. It's like I kind of like VS Code and Rust Analyzer. It's not so bad. It's equal to, is it read JSON? JSON parse JSON. Parse JSON, there we go. So we go file, get as text. And then we're looking for a dictionary. So if dictionary, that's not how you spell it. Entry points is equal to data get, and then we need a key, and then we'll just also just default it to the main thingy. Pardoning me, sire. It is my duty as a noble to pardon those who ask for it. Noblesse oblige, etc., etc. We'll just call it entry point. Config entry point key. It's called entry point. This might seem like overkill, but I'm going to do the same thing for zip files, which is why I'm trying to move all these into constants. All right, cool. So bring me back to examples. We'll move this back to pong.xml. Then I'll add I should really do this in the text editor, but I'm not going to. Gdml.json. Yeah, that's fine. Open me up here, and we'll just write it manually like a psycho. Yeah, one of those. Just a casual little JSON file with a single key in it. I can add more stuff though. So I think this should work now. Usually for like really short config files, I prefer to use INI files. I don't know if that's a spicy take or not. I would also prefer to use YAML, but there's no built-in YAML parser for Godot. So here we are. Okay, so this appears to work. Actually, I should try nested GDML. I don't remember what nested GDML looks like, so let's try it. That's not right at all. Did that fail to load? Yeah, that's not right. Okay, so that's correct. But why did this not work? Did it not copy correctly? Oh, you know what? I got it. INI files are simple enough? Yeah. I think INI files are very disrespected. If only because they don't really have a lot of functionality to them. It's like, why not just use JSON if you're gonna write an INI file? I think INI files are easier to read, honestly. YAML is the easiest to read, and that's also like assuming that, if I had to rank all the usual file configuration formats, I think I would put it YAML, INI, and then JSON. Like JSON is just horrible. It's really easy to parse and also send over the wire. YAML sucks to parse, sucks to send over the wire, and also YAML is horrible for like really long configuration, which is kind of what happens. It's kind of what happens. Is that people will use, like I know for, if you're doing like an OpenStack installation, so OpenStack, it's like Google Terraform, but it's like the first part of it. Or maybe it's the direct equivalent to Google Terraform, which is why OpenStack sucks so much. But like those config files can get longer than 100 lines. And it's like, oh, please don't do that in YAML. So this is remove directory recursive runner directory. Oh, let me think. I think the funniest are the configuration files, which are very heavily inspired by the INI syntax, but put a few more features in, then can probably say it's not INI. Don't you mean Godot's configuration file format? Or it's also like Toml, right? Toml is based off of INI as well. No, everything is just INI, right? Like even Godot's built-in INI parser isn't actually an INI parser. I think it supports regular INI, but then if you were to write something like vector2, two values, like vector2 0 0, it would parse that correctly as a vector too, I think. For example, yeah. So I don't want to do this. I actually want to create this. Remove directory recursive. I feel like I need another option in directory utils in order to not run this last one. Okay, let's do this. Delete root. It's not really the root. it's not your root directory, but it's close. Delete base directory. Yeah, which is a boolean. Go to true. Yeah, there we go. So then runner here passes as false. This is one thing that I wish GDScript had from Python, which is the ability to have named arguments. I think that feature is pretty sick, or rather, I think the fact that Python functions can take like 1 million args is crazy. So you absolutely need it, but I don't know. I think for something like this, I wish I had context for what false map back to. Which means I also need to copy this back over to, where is it? I need to push this to my Godot snippets repo. Let me see. Directory util. Slap that in there. Yeah, seems pretty good. Write your own GDScript flavor preprocessor. Ooh, now that's a nice idea that you have suggested. Would be a shame if I've already written that. Preprocessor. Gee. All these ideas that you may or may not be suggesting that sound silly. I've actually already done it. I was working on rewriting that actually. So it works on export instead of at runtime. But yeah, I wrote a thing, it parses your files and all that, looks for defines, and then, you know, selectively removes lines depending on the various defines that you have set. So for most people, and including myself, it's completely useless, but I thought, what if you had this only run, well, in addition to running at runtime, what if you also had this run on export? So you have like true, like preprocessor stuff. So you actually will still get like a proper stack trace, but you can have like additional sanity checks only in debug builds, etc. So like a lot of my code has a bunch of sanity checks at runtime, which could probably be taken out, but there's no easy way to disable, you know, like, oh, is this a valid? Is this valid? Is this valid? You know, those are things that could probably be stripped out in a release build. Maybe, depending on what your opinion on that kind of stuff is. Right, examples. So this should be unable to copy file from nested Gdml to really? What is there? Why is this also gone? That's weird. Where is it? Here. Oh, okay. Oh, it deleted it. Interesting. Run me again. I love your way of creating projects just because, and for no other good reason. It's inspiring. Thank you, thank you. I figured I'd get in on the ground level here before Godot really pops off. Because I think for a lot of the other big languages, right, people have already done all these kind of, you know, like, oh, that's kind of weird, why would you do that kind of projects? For Godot, it's still fertile ground. No one's done it yet. No one's done it yet. Oh, I see. Run me. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Ran into an error. File open failure. Really? What was the file? What was the file? Good job, me. File open failure, and that's it. Let me think. So what does parser give you? Or actually, like this should still technically be valid. Oh, actually, it's because there's no file there. Yeah, okay, that's my bad. I wrote a thing and then, you know, decided not to use it for whatever reason. Yeah, send me. So entry points. Yeah, but this library is supposed to be used for the Vtuber program. We're just getting around to it. I need to write a runner program first. And then there's also a few other refactors I need to do. So probably in like, you know, version 1.1, I'll ship a version of all the UIs written in Gdml. Because actually Gdml is almost, or it's as performant, should be as performance as just regular GD scripts. It just takes a bit longer to load. Nope. Okay. So here's the runner. There's your Gdml stuff. Let me try doing that again. We're not doing that again. Well, we can do runner, print out the entry points. Could also just do a breakpoint, but where's the fun in that? Yeah, there's gdml.json. Or, wait a minute. That's not your... Hold on, I'm an idiot. I did that wrong. It should be nested.gdml. The entry point is called gdml.json. The main file here is called nested.gdml, which will absolutely not show up or not be linted correctly if you edit it in VS Code, but you know, that's not the point. Okay. File open failure. Okay, so we can context path. So nested.gdml. This is loaded GDML, which should be, yeah, there's nested GDML. Loaded, wait, that's not it. Nested GDML. Yeah, it's just these things here. So it should just be loading in this file. Okay. All right, let's add a breakpoint. It works when you load it in directly. So nested GDML. Yeah, send me. There we go. But when we go into here, one of these, we can step inside. Is path. What is the inputs? It is the path to my user data folder. Very long path. Runner main dot, wait a minute. Runner main.xml. Eh? Am I dumb? Or did it not clean up correctly? Eh? Main.xml. Did I forget to change the runner here? I did. Good job. Good job, me. Nested GDML. That's fine. Clear the breakpoint. There we go. Let's do the really hard one here, which is everything. Ooh, okay. Unable to make directory at examples everything GUI. Okay. Let's think about that. So unable to make directory at that place because we're trying to do stuff recursively and then we just error out. Okay. Is it because, oh, it's because the baster, oh, no, yes, it's because everything doesn't exist. Okay. And also, I don't want to make it at that path. Yeah. Yeah, that's, no, this is absolutely incorrect. So this should be 2 plus file key. Yes, right? That should clean itself up. Then we'll go back into everything. Boom, unable to copy file from example GUI to user GUI. We don't want to copy the file GUI. Unable to copy file from. Oh, I see. I see. Hit me with a continue. Yeah, okay. Hit me again. We're getting there. Unable to remove file at path user runner GUI. I've already tested this before though, haven't I? I was testing this during yet another one of my morning calls because there's not too much for me to do. Yes, okay. Maybe. No, this makes sense, right? So when we're removing things recursively, Godot is not able to remove, or it's not able to delete a folder if it has files still in it, which is why I wrote this function. And then the way I have all the folders set up is that this is the input dictionary. So files that are in the current path, it just has the file name and then the path to the actual file. If it's a folder, it will be called, the key will be the folder name and then the value will be a dictionary. And then the structure goes on and on, right? Ad infinitum. Actually, not ad infinitum. I'm not sure how nested a Godot dictionary can get, but presumably it's as much memory as your computer has. Because I think the dictionaries are just funny linked lists. Unable to remove file at path. Oh, it's this thing. Let's continue. Yeah. Don't tunnel vision. And also get out of this folder. Because sometimes Godot gets a little confused. Or not Godot, Windows gets a little confused. Okay. File open failure. Okay. Oh, it's because every time it's the same error every single time because I'm not calling these. There is no main file. All right, so give me, this is gdml.json. Open this up. Okay, so entry points. Do you think this will work? It might work. I have not considered this having your main file be nested, but I think it could work. Was it everything.xml? Yeah, everything.xml. Send me again. Boom. Don't breakpoint me. Okay, yeah, I didn't think so. So how does it try to load it then, actually? Everything, parse, what is the inputs? runner GUI everything XML. I mean, that looks pretty good so far. So that's runner GUI. Oh, nothing got copied inside of it. Oh, everything just got copied to this folder. That's wrong. Technically, I don't need to cache it at all. And actually, some of these things are not getting deleted either. That also seems incorrect. Let me see if I can just force it to clean up really quickly. So in directory utils, no, not in directory utils, in runner.gd. This one, send me examples. Okay. So we'll just step, that's fine. We can check the runner. Yeah, there's nothing in here now. Okay, copy directory recursive. Step. Seemed pretty fast. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so copy directory recursive doesn't work how I think it works because it's not appending the proper path. So from and to are kind of wrong. Copy directory recursive from to, and I'll pass along this files thing so we don't need to run it again as well. It's technically more efficient, but that's not the main idea here. Let me see. So get return. Make directory, that's fine. Copy directory recursive file path. Is this correct? That's... Wait a minute. No, that's not right. No, that is right? No, there's something not right here. This line, this doesn't look right. This doesn't look right. File, so copy directory recursive file path is constructed from the from parameter, which is correct, plus the file key. Yeah, because this is the new directory. This is our new directory that we're stepping into recursively. Two is the, oh, yeah, 2 is the runner directory. It's the base runner directory, which means I actually need to pass in 2 plus file key. Yeah, I knew something was weird there. I knew something was weird. Oh, that also means that I need to, I don't want to pass in the entire files dictionary. I actually want to pass in, actually I pass in value, yeah. Yeah, probably. I mean, that sounds a lot more correct, at least to my ears. I could be crazy though. All right, well. Unable to remove file at path, count backward, GUI, count backwards, GD. Yeah, there was nothing there. Oh, did it? Oh, did these have the same bug? Oh, these do have the same bug. Oh, good. So it's not actually walking inside the directory like I think it should be. So this should probably be value then, right? Huh? Maybe? I remember when I used to be writing tests for all these, but you know, no longer. Unable to make directory at path. No, that's not right. Unable to make directory at path. No, that's not the right path. This is this. All right, run me one more time. Runner. That looks a bit more correct. Unable to make directory at path. All right, just clear the runner. This is one more time, just in case it was the files. Okay, and then it's... Now we're just ultra bugged. So it's close. It's close. There's a few things that are not quite working. Amusingly enough, some of these buttons are actually still hooked up, which is bizarre. Not sure why that is. That should be completely broken, but it's not. Because it failed to load in some files. So in the runner, yeah, everything's there. Huh. That's weird. Maybe it just failed to delete a few files. Gotta think about that. Gotta think about that. Unable to make directory at user runner GUI. Is it not deleting the entire thing first? All right, so send me. Well, before we send me, do this. Send it. All right, so boom, boom. We have a bunch of files. Look at our stuff. There's our files. Yeah. Yes, that's correct. This one has... Oh, it's not looking inside of the GUI, which means that it's not able to delete it. But that shouldn't be no, that's right. Wait, no, that's right. Never mind. There's nothing inside of it. Okay. So then value is runner counts up, blah, blah. It's not a dictionary. Remove it. Yep. What is the value? Bum, bum. That's fine. Value is Gdml JSON. And we've stepped inside of the other thing. Then there are no keys inside of this thing, right? Yeah, there's nothing here, so then we just... wait, no, that should be fine, right? Delete base directory. Wait, no, that should be fine because that actually exists here. Runner, GUI. That should be fine, right? Yeah. And then the path is runner. Yeah. What? Why did I run into errors before? Or is it because it didn't... Ooh? Did it print something out? Unable to make directory, yeah. Huh? Why is it still here? Did it lie to me? Wait. Did it lie to me? What the heck? I didn't get an error though. Send me. So there's one file. We should immediately hit the dictionary one. Boom. There we go. Skip over. We remove the GUI directory. No errors. Then we go here. Then we remove the runner directory. Is it because I was inside of the directory? Is that why it's not able to delete it? No errors. Yet it still exists. Something doesn't seem right here. Like that logic was solid. Because delete base directory. Oh, actually. Well, the runner should exist. Oh. I see. It's because of this value. It's actually skipping over it. So this should be conditionally true. So if you don't want to delete the base directory, you can pass it in, but by default we should pass it in true. But we should not pass this value along. Okay, so a logical error, as is common. As is common for me. Not my finest moment. Okay. So I'm still not able to load this in, which means that there's something else that's wrong, but I should be able to just go here, run it like this. Yeah. So all of these load in. Which is just absolutely horrible, but I should say that everything is styled and contained within that XML file. And along with all the other XML files as well. Yeah, so this is the cool part. It might not be super visible because the duck is kind of hiding it, I guess. And also the text is pretty small. But one is that we are able to configure everything via just this file and then all the other files it's loading in. Two, all the buttons. It uses a very Angular style connection system. So you see like button pressed, and then we can assign random arbitrary values to stuff. So pressed, and so this is a reference to a built-in script, which is one of these things. Built-in script on pressed, you know, takes in some parameters. We can cast parameters as well. So we can cast this explicitly to an integer. This is some sort of string, you know. I think strings are required in GDML to use single quotes. Otherwise, there's no way to parse a string, I guess. I guess you could always try to cast it as well. You know. And also, it's stateful as well, which I thought was kind of the cool part. But I guess there's something missing between these two. Or at least something is not loaded in properly. So everything is here except for, well, no, the Gdml.json is also there. Then GUI. No, everything is here. Is it because the main entry point is not actually... Oh, I see. Everything. Okay, so this is not able to be loaded in because the main entry point is actually... The main entry point is actually everything that takes in here, but that... Yeah, I guess that's not actually loadable. Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense. But everything else should be runtime loadable. And then, hold on. Give me an HTML5 export. Give me an HTML5 export. Don't export all the projects. We do want to export most dependencies. So add-ons, yes. No, that's not true. Don't export guts. Don't export any of the examples. We do want to export the runner. Don't export any tests. And everything else is fine, I guess. So runnable, export the project, create the folder, export. Export with debug, absolutely not. So this is Godot markup language, aka a GDML. And then we can give this a debug build. Look at that. Just load it in here. It's beautiful. It's everything I've hoped for and more. So we can load in Pong. Maybe not. Maybe not. Where is the dev console? Dev console. More tools. What happened? Come on. Pack files into a folder instead. Unable to handle many raw files. Really? So you're not able to drop folders? Or no, that was me. I did that. I did that. Why would you do that, me? I remember that error. But wait. So... what does that mean? So when you do it from your local file system, right? When you do it from your local file system, it treats it like a folder, but when you drop things into a An HTML5 export. I guess browsers do not support folders. Instead, what they do is translates everything that's inside the folder into a thing. Is that how that works? Okay. Interesting. Interesting. I did not consider that. Yeah, the reason why I did this is because it's confusing to just drag and drop several files. But maybe I actually do need to add in support for that. I mean, I can still always just spin up this, a run in browser, move it over here, and then we can just run the Pong XML directly like that. Look at that. It's absolutely beautiful. It does not scale whatsoever because I did not program it to take that into account, but it should still work. Look at that. Ball is gone. Phenomenal. Everything from an XML file. Let me see. Pong XML. Yeah. Have I showed you that yet? So this is Pong XML. So that's what I dragged and dropped into that little web runner. Suppose I can still keep it open like this, right? I don't know what's gonna happen when I drag and drop a really big thing onto it though. Yeah, I mean, I guess it still displays correctly. It's kind of weird. But yeah, so everything is packed into, well, it's not actually packed. I just wrote it like this. So it's very, very HTML style, as you might have guessed from the title. And then this is what I'm planning to, or that was what I was planning to. What I was, not anymore. I'm just gonna rewrite the UI in that. Because there's almost no performance loss either, right? Once it's parsed, it's converted into bytecode and then it's just as fast. You know, the only noticeable performance decrease is one, it requires a few more nodes because there's always a global Gdml wrapper node that holds all these random scripts, which is why I'm able to do, you know, all these scripts are just kind of hanging out here. Something needs to hold on to them. Yeah. And then also there's the loading time of having to parse and then generate all the nodes based off of whatever these are, you know. But other than that, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. Input's fine. But now I need to think. So you aren't able to drop folders, which is unfortunate. Not able to drop folders because according to developer tools, when you drop things into an HTML5 export, it actually drops them as individual files. So I gotta think about that. Maybe what I could do, I was trying to avoid doing this, by the way, which is why I disallowed drag and dropping more than one file, because then it starts getting really confusing. Because then it starts getting really confusing. Let's push what we have so far. Why does it get confusing? Well, because so check this out, right? So I have a folder, right? This is called everything, and then you see everything has a lot of files, and then also has nested files inside of it, right? So because of that, I need to maintain like a constant context hierarchy, or basically a constant file structure, which means if I'm just given random files, I don't really have a file structure to place them in, if that makes sense. Right, because what I've been doing, or what the plan was, is I would use Godot's built-in virtual file system to hold them, but so I just copy everything recursively, right? That's easy. But given a lot of I guess if I'm just given a lot of files, I just have to handle it differently. So I gotta think about it. Like this is how it works locally, is that it takes everything that's in the folder and it just copies it here, so then it's just easier for me to access, right? I don't need to traverse your file system. And I guess it also allows me to run stuff on startup. May or may not make it slightly more portable, etc., etc. Let me think. So how to solve this? So if file size is 1, yeah, so okay. What we can do is if file size is 1, then we'll continue with this stuff. So if file's size is exactly 1, we'll do all of this. Elif files size. I don't know if files can be 0. But we're gonna plan for it. Dropped files were of size 0 somehow. So just don't do anything, but it doesn't hurt to be it's just one more else if statement, right? We already have to do the if statements. Yeah. I've really come around to the fact that like I don't mind being inefficient if we're just loading stuff. Loading can be inefficient. Let me see, files size is greater than 1. Then we'll do for file in files. Do you mean drop 0 file somehow, or does it add up the file sizes? Oh, sorry. Drop 0 files. Drop 0 files. Somehow. You're totally right. Good catch. I did not realize I accidentally worded that kind of backwards. I worded it out of order. Like, you can tell how much I'm really paying attention to typing right now. That's tough though. That's tough. Because the logic is more or less the same here. So this is like a string, you know, files. No, we already have the file. That's the file. Match file get extension to lower. And we'll do all the same stuff, but then we don't want to add child. Maybe if you have more than one thing, what I'll do is I'll try to copy them to your user directory and then just treat that as your folder. Tar them? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, I do have load zip kind of implemented here. It's not quite functional. I still need to test that. So I think if you wanted to drag and drop folders into your browser, that might be the best solution. But I gotta think about it. I know I can solve this though. I know I can solve this. Maybe I can just do this, where I just copy all of them. I just copy all of them to your user directory, and then I can just try to run it like that. Load from runner directory. Yeah, okay, so I can strip this out and then reuse that. So I'll just manually copy everything to the browser's virtual file system. And then I'll just run this thing. So then I can I can steal this stuff. Right? Like this will still technically be valid, more or less. Mismatched pass, that's okay. If files are dropped in some kind of traversal order instead of randomly, could you figure out the file structure from the order? I'm not sure. I'll have to take a look. I'll have to take a look. I'm not sure. It's an interesting idea, though. It's an interesting idea. Didn't I say I was gonna push this? I did. Gdml. Feature virtual file system. That's not actually true, but can I check out master? Do I not have master? Oh, I called it senpai. Okay. So git add all, git commit, implement, folder loading. Then we'll go back to git check out senpai, git merge feature VFS. It's not really a VFS, and then we'll go git push it. All right, reload me. Okay. Why did you do that? I don't know. You know, sometimes I do things and I don't really know why, you know? It seemed like a good idea at the time. Seemed like a good idea at the time. And, you know, here we are. Yeah, I remember back when GitHub announced that they were going to change the default branch of all new repositories to be called main. You know, I hope this isn't a hot take, but I thought that was kind of dumb. So instead of doing that, I was like, maybe I can just change it back to master. But I was like, wait, now that I'm here, I could change it to senpai. So I did that for a little bit, but changed it back to master because I still have the muscle memory. But every now and then, I'll be like, you know what? What if I just call it senpai? So for a lot of my more tool-oriented projects, I think that the master branch is actually just called senpai. Yeah, so yeah, for advanced expression, it's also called senpai. OpenC Face GD has it called master because that's something that people might actually be interested in. You know, but for weirdo projects, yeah, so OBS WebSocket, I called it master because, you know, weirdos probably aren't going to be using that. Let me see. For a few other ones, though, I know I've changed it. Isn't it for some of my Friendly Potato stuff? Yeah. My pixel art editor, I called it senpai as well. Yeah. Because I know that for pretty much any of my like Godot tooling, it's pretty much only going to be me that's using it. Yeah. So you might argue that I changed it to senpai out of spite, and you would not be wrong. Sadly enough. So directory. Oh no. Okay. I need to save the file. I need to save the file. So this needs to be. Okay, hold on. Var. Okay, so for F. Oh, this is file path. I think this is actually a file path. So then this will be file new. We'll just create a new instance of file. I know that I could just close and open the file using the same object, but whatever. I think this is just easier to think about. So if file open, file path, file read. Oh no, because I need to. Okay, I see. Because I need to open. If file open read is not Okay, then we'll just return. Yeah, okay, that's kind of hard. So I need to, I should use the same file object. I need to open the file at the file path, read in all the text, close the file, open the corresponding path, in the user directory, and then write the file there. And then I can just run from the file directory, or from the runner directory, which will be a virtual file system provided by the browser. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah. You know, copium, etc. To open file at path. Okay, so this is the text, or maybe I can just have a different one. It doesn't matter. No, we're gonna do this. So text. So this is file get as text. File close. Should be no problem, I think. File, close. Yeah. Then we'll open something here. File open. So this needs to be something like this. So this is runner path, the user directory, and then the file path dot file name. I think that's what it's called. So string file name. Then I also need the extension. File name, get file name, get base name, get file. If the string is a valid file path, returns the file name. Okay, get file. So if this is not equal to, okay, then pass, and I forgot one of the flags. We need to pass in file right. This should not exist. Yeah, I think we're just gonna truncate it. So just in case. Oh, actually. Oh, I see. I need to clear the directory first as well. So we'll grab my directory utils library that I just wrote to do this. So var dir utils is equal to directory utils new. So if directory utils remove directory recursive. So this needs to be the runner directory. Don't delete it. Don't delete the runner directory itself. So this one prints error. Error occurred while cleaning up runner directory. So then we return, don't do anything. Cool. So then this should be valid. Oh no, but then okay, give me 1 sec. I gotta try this again. So run me. It's gonna show up there. And then here. Let me just try with Pong again, but then I'll create a new folder called ASDF. Open up developer tools. Very good, you're invisible. It should be noted that the parser that I used for reading in the custom commands, it only reads the first instance of the command, so typing in a command twice will not run the command twice. It's a very, very naive implementation of a parser. It's not even a parser, actually. All it does is call like find. I think it's string find for specific terms. Okay. Did that not work? Or is it actually serving my current work right now? Is that what's happening? That seems pretty wild if it is. Reading in many files. All right, run me. Send me. I can hear my fan spinning up. Oh, that's interesting. That's really cool. I thought this only worked for like things that are already exported, but this totally works for, yeah, just running right now. Yeah, that's really cool. I can't. What? You can't even? Or can you odd? Oh, I can't hear your fan. Oh, that's fair enough. Fair enough. Probably a good thing, to be honest. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna do here. For file, okay, so let's do this. Just print this out. Print out the file path. I'm not sure what's actually being written here, but I guess we'll think about it. Run me again. Drag this over. Hold on, don't drag this over. I wish this wasn't full screen so I could actually look at it, but that's fine. Or I should actually remember the keybind, Control-Shift-I to get to the developer console. Oh, actually, never mind. Clicking literally anywhere takes me out of it. So there's no way to get back to the developer console. Or it eats my input, which is very annoying. Send me. Okay. Oh, okay. I think. Yeah, okay. So it's not able to see the nested folder, I think. Maybe. So asdf.txt inside of the asdf folder. F12 opens developer tools, I think. Where is F12 on my keyboard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is it this one? Maybe not. Perhaps not. I mean, yeah. Maybe not on this one. Yeah. No, I think Godot just eats your input if you do that. Do you know if VS Code has some sort of feature where it renders docs as rich text? Oh, good question. Glad you asked. Check this out. Oh, baby. Look at that. I use Markdown all-in-one. You can probably just Google it. It's pretty good though. If you're looking for that kind of stuff. I think it renders it pretty good. Or pretty well, not pretty good. One of the few verbal tics that I still maintain because of where I grew up. Yeah, you can say that you're doing pretty well, but a lot of people here just say that they're doing pretty good, but that's not proper English. I'll send a picture of what I'm referring to. Go for it. Same you in. Nice. I'll be darned. Yeah. How y'all doing? We're on some programming. I feel like if I try really hard, the more I try, the more my accent just gets really weird, because it doesn't sound like any. It sounds like a very exaggerated Southern accent, but it's not really what I have. I know that's my normal accents. I don't usually pronounce like the T at the ends of the words, but when I'm on stream, or my normal accent, I don't pronounce the T at the end of words or the T's in the middle of words, for the most part, which is how you can kind of tell where I'm from. On stream, I try to speak a little bit more proper. What am I looking at? Oh, it's one of these. Default void for each. Is that TypeScript? Or what is this? Oh, that's not TypeScript. This is C#. I'm not sure. Null pointer. Is that Java? Is that Java? Defaults. What's defaults? Is that a new one? I'm not familiar with defaults. Oh no, that's not. No. Defaults used in switch statements, isn't it? But yeah, I think that's the best you're gonna get. I think that's the best that you're gonna get, because that's based off of the plugin that you're using. So I think you can turn it off if you don't want that. And then so you'll only be able to see the Java doc once you like control click on the thingy. But yeah, I think that's you can turn it off, but there's no way to make it better. Unless you were to actually go into the plugin itself. So developer tools. Send me one more time. So Pong. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. So what's happening? What's happening is that it's loading all the files. It's loading all the files. But see, ASDF, I should probably rename this so it's not actually an ASDF. We'll call it ZXCV. So it'll be a bit more obvious. How do you clear the console? Give me the console. Oh, this is the console. Clear. Clear. Sorry. This. So the problem, right, is it's loading in all of these. Like these are fine. But then the ZXCV, which is inside of the ASDF folder, right, it's missing its file path. Right? It's dropping them. It's dropping them as if they're all at the same level, which is wrong. So that's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. Because now the file hierarchy is incorrect. Because I guess the thing is that you are technically able to load in files from like a nested whatever, from a nested context. Or you aren't technically able, you are 100% regularly able to load in nested files. So I gotta think about this. I could just pop up a warning. Like, I guess that's really the only thing I can do. Like, this will still work, right? This will still work if you just do it like as a flat folder structure. But if you have, and there's no way for me to detect it either. That's tough. Like, I have no idea if your file was supposed to be nested or not. Like, I could catch it from the Gdml side when it's parsing, but then that's just like a regular, file not found exception, which isn't really my problem, because you could have file not found exceptions for a lot of things. You know what? I'm going to refill my drink and I'll think about it, because I also need to go to use the restroom. BRB. Oh, hello, I'm back. And one of these days I should really load in one of my older models, probably my tank model, because that tank model was actually rigged up to like track my eyes and stuff as well. Because for whatever reason, when I was making game assets for a 3D game, I was like, what if I just rig this tank with bones and then control all the animations via bones? I was like, wait a minute. That's kind of dumb, because then you can't spin it around. So then I'd scrapped it, but I didn't delete it. And then I made this project, and I was like, wait a minute, this uses bones. All I need to do is like rotate a few of the bones around, and then it's beautiful. Truly, as long as anything is rigged, it will just work. For better or worse, because I don't do the amount of error checking I do isn't very strenuous. I think that's probably my biggest shortcoming as a software developer, is that I just kind of I let a lot of things happen. Where it's like, I don't know, like I think like, oh, this might be kind of cool. Let's just let it happen. So it leads to really cool things happening, or just like corner cases that just happen to work, right? Because I'll design around it. But on the downside, it also means I spend a lot more time designing around corner cases. Like, I think if I was a bit stricter with my requirements, I would be a lot more productive, because I wouldn't need to consider, like, or basically abstract things out, right? I don't make any assumptions, even though I totally should. CRS, I'll worry about error messages, but not in Python. Well, see, that's the thing, is I don't have error messages. Like, it's not considered an error. That's the thing. It's like I've designed it in such a way that it's not an error, just to throw in random garbage. Which, not a good thing. To open path for writing. Ooh, that's not how you do it. Oh, maybe that is how you do it. No fail, yeah. Pretty much, it's like almost no fail unless something is completely malformed. So if you're like, I think even if you drag in a model that doesn't have any bones, I'll still let you do it. It just needs to be in a recognized file format. That's really it. Otherwise, it's fair game. Let me see. I keep looking at this as if this is the code I'm supposed to be looking at. That's not it. This is the code I'm supposed to be looking at. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. All right, bring me back to Gdml, my favorite one. Runner. Runner? Yeah, okay. Then I'll look at this stuff. Ha ha ha. So we need to write to this file. So file, store string, store string, text, and then file close. I guess that's probably okay. And then what we'll do, well, first we'll have to print a warning. So this is print error, or yeah, print error, I suppose. It's not actually an error, but you know, dragging multiple, oh, actually, maybe this should only be handled in web export. Otherwise, it's just an error. Yeah. Files, main. Dragging multiple files will not work if the file structure is not flat. And then we'll just bail out entirely if we're not using an HTML5 export. So it's OS has feature. Yeah. And I think this one is HTML5. Project static, no. Export. Features, HTML5. Let's do web. Web is a bit easier. Web. If not has web, then we'll print error. Load the entire folder instead when running locally. Yeah, there we go. So if you try to drag multiple files and you're running it locally, I won't let you do it. And then even if you do it in a web exports, it should be heavily discouraged. Yeah. So, okay, then we'll do load from runner directory. Yeah, so I think we can hit it with an add child, this thing. Yeah, let's try it, give it a try. Run in browser. We'll have Pong. We don't really need this thing anymore, so let's just get rid of it. Oh baby, it works. Look at that. As long as it's flat, it will work. Look at that. The aspect ratio should probably be adjusted so it's not so weird, but yeah, look at that. You can drag an entire folder as long as the folder structure is flat. Yeah. So if I like uploaded a build of this to itch.io, I think that could be super sick. Yeah. Look at that. I wonder, is there a way to view the virtual file system in a browser? Yeah, most of these errors can be ignored. I wonder where these prints are coming from though. Did I accidentally add like a random print statement somewhere? It's possible. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with debugging the browser. Is there a way to view the virtual file system? So I know there is a way to view like the regular file system, which is this. There's a source. Yeah, there's a sources pane, but then how do I? Oh, okay. No. Is there anything else here? Overrides, content scripts. No. Snippets? No. It's not really what I want. Yeah, because what I did, right, is I read the files and then wrote them back into the virtual file system. I just don't know where they are. Yeah. I don't really know. I guess, is Godot's virtual file system just stored in Godot? Is that how it works? Hey, man, I feel like I need to have this page like bookmarked. I look at this page all the time. It's in IndexedDB. Where is IndexedDB? How do I view that? Is that in console? And then I can do like a console log IndexedDB. Oh, actually I saw it. IndexedDB. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No. You can inspect it in DevTools? Yeah. Is there a better way to inspect it, or do I just need to like look at the object? Under application? Oh. Interesting. I did not. The more you know. If you didn't tell me that under application, I would have just tried to look for it in the object. That's great intel. Look at that though. That's cool. The contents. Oh, and then it's just a bunch of bytes. Yeah, look at that though. That's sick. I like that. That's really cool. Yeah. How neat. But yeah. I guess did you see what I was doing before? I swear this isn't just like a really bad game. I mean, it is just a really bad game, but it's not just that. So what it is, it's a runner. It's a runner for a Pong game where Pong is completely written in XML. And so the entire scene tree structure is just defined like this. So then you have your canvas layer. You can assign properties via, it's almost Angular style, I've been told. You can have callbacks. There's no callbacks here, but this one uses Angular style callbacks. So you have like button press, and you can link it against just random scripts, JavaScript style. So that's what's happening here. I should probably test just loading this onto the page again and seeing what happens to the database. So everything should be yeeted. Oh, yeah. Not really. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. You can do that again. Look at that. And then just kind of eventually crash the entire application because it's just dropping it onto the... I know what's happening. It's just adding it to the scene tree. And it's also not cleaning it up. Oh, you know what? I know why it's not cleaning it up. It's because this one, I do clear all children. But here, I should also clear all children. So before we do the add child call, we do clear all children. I see. It's because I have to handle it different. Because you can't load a folder. You can't pass a folder because it automatically like reconstructs it. Yeah, so we'll just let this kind of fall out of the screen. Yeah, so this is not meant to be like a replacement for writing games. You're not supposed to actually use this to write games, but it's flexible enough because, you know, going back to what I was talking about before, Ken, it's like it's a corner case to allow just regular nodes, I guess. But because of that, or because I structured it in such a way that everything is just a node, essentially. Anything goes. Yeah, look at that. So I think now it's refreshing correctly. Yeah, so because I decided to handle the corner case, everything works. And also, it should be as performance as regular GD scripts. Yeah. Except for the entire, you know, load and parse time. Or parse and load time. That's cool. That's cool. It's free and open source if you want to take a look. Suppose I should drop a link just in case you're too lazy. Please, sir, I desire stars. So is there anything else I needed to do? I think that's probably it. That's probably it. Here, there's one more thing I needed to check, and that was zip files. Yeah, zip files. So zip files don't actually load properly just yet because I haven't handled them, I think. Yeah. So I decompress it, but I'm not actually sure how nested folders are stored in zip folders, or is it files? Yeah, like I think. Yeah, I'll need to think about this because not everything is a string, I think. So looking at Gellerhermsen, and their implementation, I think what it does, well, I don't know. The file name can include directories. So does that mean it doesn't include the directory? Stored implicitly as paths to files? Yeah. But like, I don't know, like how does a zip, like you can zip up an empty folder, right? Right, because this isn't like a tar thingy. I wonder, is there a tar thing for Godot. So Godot tar library, tar. Oh, this is probably going to be horrible. Yeah, let's not worry about that for now. So flatten, but with relative paths instead of just the end of it. Okay. So I guess this is still fine. And then I just need to do roughly the same thing as I did before with loading the folder. So I build out a dictionary of all the relative file paths, and then I have all the text question mark. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay. So we'll call this FS. It's more or less an FS. I mean, we'll figure it out, right? We'll figure it out. Oops. Mess something up. FS. Okay. So, oh no, just print me, JSON print me, print the JSON print. Something they changed in Godot 4 is now you don't have there's no JSON singleton anymore. JSON is now an object, so you now need to instantiate it if you want to be able to print it. Where the reason why you would want to instantiate JSON, or the reason why you would want to have JSON is so that you can have a nicely formatted dictionary when you print. So when you do this, it'll look nice. Pong 7-zip me, add to Pong zip. CSS config format. CSS config format, what's that? Ooh, okay. I think that's actually fine. Yeah, maybe. That's probably fine, actually. No, just CSS, but you load your config from it? No, that's what? You know, I hate CSS normally, but if you can write a library for it, I'd be down to use it. You know me, I'm dumb enough to... If the idea sounds silly, I'm down for it. I'm all for weird ideas. Okay. Okay. Pong. So I can actually strip off the most of it and then just use the file name. I guess I need the check. I need the check as well. Doing so. Oh, actually, I don't need to check this. I just need to zip up everything.xm or everything, the folder. And we'll check what happens when we drop this on top of it. Fail to uncompress, skipping. Okay, so it contains references to the folders, but those aren't uncompressible, I suppose. Is that something that I have access to? So what information's on it? So file attribute, file name, compression method, -1 if uncompressed, file header offset, compressed size, uncompressed size. Okay. I guess that's fine. And then I just need to strip off the header, I suppose. Okay, so let's try this. Let's not. Yeah, I mean we can try it, right? So 7-zip me. We're not going to change that at all. But now that I know what it looks like, we can do. I need to replace the first instance of. No, it's not the path. It's the. It's like I need to strip off the first thing. So I need to split. Okay, hold on. I've got this. So as string, just so I can get some type hinting. So split delimiter, split it once, left split it, allow empty. What's the default? Please, sir. Type hints. Allow empty, true, yeah, sure. Oh no, we'll do false. And then just do it once, and then we'll grab the... Is it possible to have an empty thing? Back. Back. No. Back. Pop. There's no pop. We could do this super dangerously and then just do it like take the second one. Yeah, you know what? I could do that. Why not? Let's just do it like that. Send me. Yeah, that looks about right. Concern. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of blind. It's kind of blind for sure. I'm not a huge fan of it. Not a huge fan of it, but what if it's like folder, file? Well, we only split it once, right? We only split it once. So even if you have a nested folder, it should still be fine, I think. So if we have a folder called ASDF, and then we have a file called query.txt, I think that should still work. I guess we'll see once we hit like a null pointer. You'll get folder, file, CSV, and then crash because no second item. I guess we'll check. We'll check. We'll see. Send me. All right, failed to uncompress. It's still kind of correct. I'm not sure why it failed to uncompress the other part of it though. Also, I'm looking at the duck. It's actually kind of uncanny how well it's tracking my head, because this is actually what I'm doing in real life. I'm using a standing desk, but I'm like leaning really hard onto my side. So I'm more or less talking into the mic now instead of like talking to the side of the mic. So why is that? I guess I need to see like what it's actually giving me, I suppose. You can look up the zip file format. It's not too bad if I recall correctly. Well, I just need to see like what this is giving me. I guess like probably this needs to, well, I need the keys. Maybe. Hold on. So this should, we'll have a print here. Print me. GD unzip files. I think GD unzip is one of the things I would like to help rewrite one of these days, because it's kind of the API is a bit too Python-y for my tastes. A bit too strongly duck typed, in my opinion. Okay, so then this is also a good candidate for hitting it with a JSON print. JSON. All right, send me. All right, so it did not print it like I thought it would. Seems kind of weird. Why are you like this? Okay, so we'll go into JSON on JSONlet. JSON. Validate me. Yes. Okay. So some of these are not compressed. This is also not compressed. It does show folders? Yeah, but it's just not compressed, I suppose. And then this is also not compressed. But but we're still able to load it? Huh? What? What? I don't quite understand. I don't quite understand. So it has the folder. So it's ASDF is the folder. And then our file is QWER, queer text. My favorite keyboard layout. Oh, but is it because it's not even included? Like I see that the... Well, I mean, it's there, right? Like it's technically there, I just can't uncompress it. Is that it? So... The size of the folder is 0, this is true. Yeah, but... Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. What I was thinking is that this is like the difference between this and this is 35, and the difference between this and this is 35, but the difference between this and this is not 35, so the data must actually be in there, but that's not true. The difference between this and this is not 35. The difference between that and that is 40. My lack of basic arithmetic skills are once again coming back to bite me. Yeah, never mind. I guess that's just like the file name. That's taking up a few more bytes. That makes sense to me. That makes sense. But why is that? Why is that? Is that not how compression works? Like I'm confused. I'm confused. Is that not how that works? How do I... Well, yeah. What I'm confused about is why wasn't the text file in there? Right, like this is... Oh, it's because there's nothing in the text file. Okay. There's nothing in the text file. Okay. Yes, that's why. It's an empty file, so it's not included, but it's still technically there. Which is a little concerning if you think about it. I guess you're not able to read from it, I suppose. That makes sense. Never mind. Ignore me. If it's an empty file, it's still there, and it takes up space, but there's nothing to compress. Yes, that makes sense. Yes. So I'm gonna drag it into here. Yeah. So now we're able to load it. Yeah, and then we can paste it into here, validate it. Yeah, and then there we have queer text, compressed size 4, uncompressed size also 4. It's pretty good. I don't blame it for ignoring empty files. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. It's just yeah, I didn't consider it, right? Yeah, but look at that. Compressed size 1500, uncompressed size 5600. Neat. Okay, cool. So now I just need to, you know, build out the entire dictionary now. I guess we'll figure it out. All right, so let's do var zip data is equal to, this is a dictionary, it's equal to f, no, that's already f. Okay, hold on. So if f, what is it called? I gotta go rid of it. Okay. Bring me back. JSON validator. All right, so now I know what it looks like. So I should probably document it. So I like having the thing just documented for my own amusement. reading a file spec kind of hard for me to visualize. Looking at the actual thing, very easy for me to visualize. So this is path including zip name. So then we'll just have all of these things. Yeah, look at that. Same as key. Yeah, there we go. Feels pretty good. Stop this. Okay, so if... Oh, hello, Bumty. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? So if f... uncompressed size is less than 1, then we'll just skip it, I guess. So skip empty files. So technically a directory is also an empty file in this case. How are you doing, Bumty? I'm doing okay before you ask. I guess I should still add it to the virtual file system. Yeah, okay. So I need to grab the file name really quickly. So var file name, or I guess this is like true file name or stripped file name. Which is equal to f. Feeling a bit off, just woke up. Nice. Is this a normal time for you to be waking up? If not, shame on you. If so, you know, good job. Good job for waking up at a relatively normal time, if this is the relatively normal time for you to wake up. I think I always wake up at the normal time. Normal adult should. So roughly like 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m. Sit around for my morning calls, then go back to sleep. Wake back up at lunchtime and go on with my day. Full string array. So we should be able to split once. So if split file name size is less than 2, then we will return, because this should be, actually that's not true. Well, I guess we'll just continue. I slept like 5 hours yesterday, you know. If you're a college student or university student, that's about on par. That's about on par with how many hours of sleep I got when I was still in school. Almost certainly did not help my studies at all, but you know, what else is new? Split file name 1. Okay, so now we're doing it safely. How nice. Stripped file name. Okay, so if uncompressed size is less than 1, then we should just continue because there's nothing there. So like, you know, skipping empty file, etc. Concern. Yeah, well, you know, so it goes, so it goes. All right, so if not data of type raw array, blah, blah. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I think I might need to... Wait. I think I can assume, probably not something I should be doing, but I think I can assume what the file path is called By the way, Tim, want to ask that? Ask away. Ask away. Glad we're on a first name basis now. Makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. No one calls me by my first name anymore. All they call me is Duck. Let me see. I think this is good. So these are all the keys. And then for all of these, I should probably just write them. I'll do the same thing, right? I'll just write them to the proper file directory. Do you have your boilerplate repo for tool injection? I do not, but I can point you towards a repo that just kind of has that stuff already. So this one, this one, this one. Don't really understand it, how it's supposed to work. It's this one. So you can always look at friendly potato pixels, plugin.gd. So if you want to walk through it really quickly. So if we're looking at this, look at this, inject tool. So what we're doing is it takes in a node. So whenever you create or you instance in a scene or you create a new node, whatever, you then run it through inject tool. This works via reference, so this makes sense because it's a void return. We don't create anything new, we just replace the script. Inject tool at the top of the plugin script. Yep, it does what it says on the tin. Then you do node get script duplicate. This will actually fail if the node does not have a script, but I mean that's not really my problem. And then, so we store it in a script variable, right? Script source code. We just inject tool with a new line at the very end, and then format in the rest of the source code under it. We reload it, don't store the state, and then we set the script on the node. And that's pretty much it. Why do you need a dummy plugin? I actually don't think you need a dummy plugin. Yeah, I think I've figured it out. You don't need a dummy plugin. Wait, what do you mean? You don't need a dummy script, which is something I was confused about. But a dummy plugin, I need this because because there's a lot of functions, right? So if you're running this standalone, you'll see here that in main GD, it requires that I have a plugin here, and then a lot of other things in the file also use plugin, right? So like just like undo, redo, exit tree. Oh, I guess I could always just hide it, but it's just easier, I guess. It's just easier. I think other things use the plugin. I don't remember though. It's been a little bit since I've seen it. Yeah, here's plugin. Maybe it's not even used here. Yeah, it's not even used here. What other things? Does menu bar use the plugin? This one has a plugin. Yeah, I don't remember. I think it just made it easier to write the code. But I really couldn't tell you why. But it's really just to simplify it, right? The point of the dummy plugin, at least in my view, is that I don't need to have, editor hints anymore. Right, so if you want to write it as an editor plugin, it's easy because you always have the plugin. If you want to write it standalone, then you'll need to think about, where do I use plugin? What things are stored on plugin, You could always get around it. It's like an architectural thing, right? Like I have inject tool stored on editor plugin. I probably could have moved it to main.gd and have the same effects. I think part of the reason why I had editor plugin might have been to store all the references to all the UI components. So main and toolbar, menu bar are all stored on the plugin. So I don't know. You could definitely shuffle things around, and so you don't need to have a dummy plugin anymore, for sure. But one thing I do know, one thing you 100% need is you need to have inject tool be on your editor plugin, right? Because, as you can see here, main.gd is not a tool script. So once you activate it, it will not run. Yeah. The only thing that has tool is plugin.gd. So if you want to be able to run code, you must have inject tool be inside of your plugin.gd. And then the plugin.gd propagates down the inject tool stuff. Yeah. I remember now. Although I don't remember, like, don't art tool and whatever, don't I inject plugin, or I inject tools into those as well? I don't remember how those work. I want to go back to this, but I just need more time. There's too many things to do. Yeah, dummy plugin, 100% needed. Or plugin is 100% needed, and tool, the inject tool thing is needed on the plugin because only plugin has the tool annotation added to it. So if you don't have tool annotation, you won't able to run arbitrary code in the editor. But you can trick Godot into loading them as tool scripts. Yeah, it's surprising. It's surprising. I should probably stop answering questions in the Godot Discord because it's like bad for my mental my mental states. There's so many people that think like Godot is ultra sandboxed. Like Godot is absolutely not sandboxed at all. You can do whatever you want, really. So I got, let me think here. I think I need to split the, well, no, I don't, let me think. So if I want to do this like I did with load folder, I don't think I can. That's kind of tough. That's kind of tough. It's like I need to go through the entire kind of file system I've built out here. So this is what the file system will look like. Pong, we'll ignore Pong, you know, ASDF, whatever. AKA the split file name, or the stripped file name. So the stripped file name should have just ASDF, or like ASDF core.text. Yeah, Godot is one of the engines that's just extensively accessible from other language. Yeah. Well, I guess technically any of the other ones are as well, right? Like Unity, if you just use C#'s CFFI, I think it's also possible. It's just a little more involved, I suppose, because you need to make it play nice with, you know, Unity and all that. Unreal, not too hard, because it's just C++. So you just need to have a C API. Those are closed source. Yeah, well, Unreal is source available. But I suppose the nice part is that Godot already provides the C API for you to bind across, which is nice. That's the nice part. So you don't need to create the API yourself. I think Godot I feel like Godot is the only one that provides a C API for you to bind against. Is that true? Maybe that's not true. Whereas Unreal, it's C++, but it's not C, so you need to create the API yourself. And then you need to just know how to write your own bindings as well. Which can be kind of tough. By the way, I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, by the way, because I need to go backwards. I need to go backwards when I'm processing these. So let me see. So this is the text, right? String from UTF-8. Why do you need to backtrack? It's because I still need to... I need to build out the same file structure in the user data directory. Right? Because GDML depends upon things existing in some sort of file system. I could add in the ability for this to handle... I could add in the ability for this to handle just like dictionaries that contain a bunch of text, but I'm not a huge fan of that idea. Yeah, but I think it's better to be able to backtrack. And then instead of having this FS, I don't think I want the FS either. Yeah, the FS is not ideal. What I should do is backtrack, split up the strips file name. So we'll split it once again. So split file name. So we'll split it again. But instead, this will be from the strip file name, splits based off of /. Allow empty, false, and then I think that's okay. And then for, hold on. For I in stripped file name. That's not actually the strip file name, by the way. This is like strip file path. Strip file path. Okay. Then for n in for file name, or I guess for file name in split file name. Okay, hold on. So for file name index, or for index in split file name dot size, so we'll access by index. So if index is equal to split file name dot size, so split size integer is equal to split file name size. Split size -1. Another question. Yep. That's what I'm here for. Go ahead. When have I ever said no, I'm not going to answer your question? Absolutely not. I mean, I guess there are times when I say like, no, I'm not going to answer your question, but it's usually because like the question's kind of dumb. But as long as it's not like an ultra dumb question, or I guess you also have not asked a dumb question yet, so everyone gets one dumb question, and after that, then I'll start being sarcastic. Well, what could be an approach if I wanted to simulate offline physics in Godot? What do you mean offline? What do you mean offline physics? Var path folder path Offline, so no changing conditions like player movement. Do you know what offline physics? I'm not. Yeah, I don't really know what offline physics is. I don't really know what that means. Offline physics? Is that a thing? Offline physics? Programming offline physics. Oh, it's decoupled. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't appear when you type in programming offline physics, or like you can type in game dev offline physics maybe. Yeah. It's not a common term. For simulation, yeah. If it doesn't appear in a Google search, I don't feel bad about it. But yeah, for simulation, I don't see how that would be decoupled or be coupled. I think, yeah, I don't think it's coupled in Godot, maybe. Or isn't that one of the things that they were trying to do in Godot 3.5? Is that they were trying to do, or like, no, actually in Godot 3.5, aren't they trying to sync physics to rendering? Isn't that what Godot 3.5 is supposed to be? Is Godot 3.5 is supposed to sync physics to rendering? So I think it's already decoupled. I don't know if I'm going to be able to open up the site. It's loading. It's loading. It's spinning. You can't really see it, but I can see it. Yeah, I don't know when the Godot engine.org thing is going to. Oh, there we have it. Isn't there like a 3.5? Yeah, 3.5 beta 4. So there's asynchronous shader compilation, Uber shader, looks cool. Oh, I guess it's only for 3D, huh? Or maybe it's not in 3D? Maybe it's for both? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. As well, because there's physics server API, but you can't see how you'd use that for offline simulation. I don't know. While physics runs at a fixed tick rate, frames can actually display a wide variety of frame rates depending on the player's hardware. I'm not sure. That seems like something that you should probably go to chat.godotengine.org, because that's kind of an advanced question, I guess. You mean like headless? Yeah, do you mean headless instead of offline? So you don't want to render at all? Or do you still want to render? I don't know. I feel like this is something that you should probably just ask in like the physics channel here. Because I don't know. I have no idea. I thought Godot was... I thought they were separate, but maybe they aren't. I know they're run on separate threads, aren't they? Maybe not. You know, test physics API. Yeah, it's just that. Oh yeah, the test physics, yeah, test collision, yeah, something like that. So let's say you want to call it 100 times in one frame. I don't really know. So you'll tick the whole physics world. I don't know. No, I don't understand, but I'm sure there is a valid use case for wanting to tick it 100 times in one frame. Are you trying to advance physics by 100 times in one frame? Like you want to advance it 100 times, but you don't actually want to run it? Couldn't you just store states at the time when you tick it 100 times? Run it once and then roll it all back? Yeah, but offline? I don't really get the offline part. You mean just like not related to... Just decoupled from rendering entirely, right? That's why offline. Yeah, watching 6 animes at the same time. That's a lot of animes. Or just your Isn't that just like your usual seasonal anime watcher as well? Like, isn't that what like who's the YouTuber Giguk does when he does his like anime reviews or whatever? It's like the best animes of the 2020 spring season. Number 10. Other tricks, hacks could be used. Yeah, isn't there something in probably like physics server that you could probably physics server 2D Godot. Physics 2D server. Is there not a way to tick? Well, I guess it would still. I'm not sure actually. Yeah, I don't know. Is there a tick process? Maybe something like maybe one of those things. There's body test motion. Is that what you want? Yeah, is body test motion what you're looking for, Bumd? So like you're testing motion really, really quickly. Because that sounds about correct. But I think it's yeah. I suppose I don't really understand the ask, but I think someone else who's more into physics than me could probably answer it better. But there is the test function thingy on the physics 2D server that you can just call. Okay, so folder path plus equals f path. So folder. Yeah, like that. Perhaps. Yep, I know this. Nice. I guess what's the difference then? What are you looking for? If you're not looking for the test motion thing, what are you looking for? Yeah, I think folder path. Okay, I only need folder path here. Like this. So folder path is equal to all of these. Boop, 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 boop. Folder path. Yeah. Then we'll do we have a directory? We do not. Okay. So var directory. Indirect approach. I want to simulate physics offline and store the object's motions. That's it. Couldn't you? Like if you don't want to render it, you could create a complete copy of your scene, hide the scene, but still have the physics run. I think that might work. So you just deep copy everything in the scene, and then maybe that will work. I don't know. I don't know. I get what you're asking for now. Yeah. So you want to run the scene 100 times, store the motion. I don't think there's an easy way to do that. I don't think there's ever going to be an easy way to do that unless you write your own tooling. There exists a directory. Yeah, it's there exists. There exists folder path. Oh, actually, no, this can be make directory. Oh yeah, we can just do this recursively. What am I doing? I can just do this recursively. That's so much easier. So I have the file name, or no, the file path, and I can just strip it again, but do it from the other side. So the stripped file name will do like so. So let's get rid of all this. We don't need this. We also don't need any of this. So there's your directory. Then we'll do file name is equal, or file name split pool string array. Then this will be stripped file path. Then it'll be r split. Yeah, r splits once. Allow empty false max split 1. Then and then I guess what I can do is one of these. No. Array, all of these things. Yeah, and then we'll just do back. So we can guarantee that this will not run into any indexing errors. How nice. Oh, physics simulate. Time to advanced physics by. Let's turn off. Oh, I mean, you're asking the wrong person, right? Like I've never worked on Godot physics. I only interact with Godot physics. You know, I know about as much as you do. You know, like I said, you should probably go ask on chat.godotengine.org. So there's actual experts there as opposed to on the, well, they might not appreciate it, but ask in the Discord first, see if anyone knows. And then ask in the Rocket chat. And then get ghosted. As is the usual. Alright, file name split. So file name, that's not actually an array, this will be back. Yeah, something like that. So this should be, searching Google for a while, nothing came up. Yeah, I mean, it's probably very niche. Something that you probably could also do is, just patch the Godot engine itself. So you could, I guess manually tick the physics engine if you want. We're using a Godot, it's real-time physics simulation. Yeah, it's real time, yeah. Actually, I don't want to strip this. File name, split. So this should be pool string array. No, that's actually just a regular array. Then if file name split size is greater than 1, then we'll take the first one. So that if not there exists. This is runner directory, file name split front. Then we'll do make directory recursive, this thing. Yeah. What I want in this case, not real-time physics. Yeah, you want it to, yeah, offline or whatever. Or I guess what's the opposite of a real-time? Opposite of real-time physics. What's the opposite of real-time? Non-real-time? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sure. If that's not okay, then we'll do print error something. Offline versus online. Google doesn't bring up any results for that, so I struggle to believe that that's the actual term. Yeah, it might be, yeah, but file directory, this thing, file directory, file directory. That's the term, but there are other terms. Forgot the names. Yeah, I don't know. Like if you do like offline physics simulation, does that bring up any results? No. I don't think so. I don't think, like I've heard of real-time physics simulation for sure. Real-time, I gotcha. Offline, online, never heard of it. I think those terms are already reserved for, you know, just conducting things like on the internet and not on the internet. To make directory. Aborting. Okay. Then we'll do, I guess that's probably it, right? So we make the directory, we try to compress it, or hold on, we split the file name, we uncompress it. What do I use this for? We just use this to check to see if there are at least two things, because every file will at least have two components, the originating folder and then the actual file name. Physics engine, physics engines. Real time, yeah, real time. Yeah, real time. Yeah, they're called real time, right? See, that's what I'm familiar with. High precision, I'm not sure. So was this supposed, where's offline, online? So I guess that's what I'm confused about. Yeah, I don't think they're called online, offline. Maybe in like not English. Real-time engines have built-in support of offline tickets actually come and simulate. Did they actually say offline? I don't think it's, I don't believe it's called offline. Does it say offline? I don't see it. Which one of these says offline? Bullet? Offline, offline, offline. Box 2D. I'm familiar with Box 2D as well, offline. If any of these, it's probably VizSim, offline. Nope. Havoc? Offline. I don't think so. I'm having my doubts. I don't think it's called that. I think it's just called real-time and non-real-time. It's like a, maybe it's not called that in English, or in, maybe it's only called that in English, but unfortunately I only speak English. It's the only thing I can really speak to, really. I said really twice in that sentence. So we create all the directories, and then we'll do file name split. We'll need to write all of that data. Hold on, where is it? So Gdml, it's this one. Load zip. So this is gd unzip uncompressed. Do I still have the data? I do have the data. So then we'll do var file new. So if not, file open. Oh, and I'll need that. Okay. File directory, because we'll need this. Wait, so then here, I guess that's okay. File open file directory, and then if you just open something that's at the root directory, yeah, I guess it's okay. Yeah, file directory, it'll just open it at the runner directory location. File open, and then file write. It's not okay. Unable to open file directory. Okay. Then file store string. It's data get as UTF-8 or something like that. Get string from UTF-8. So data UTF-8. One of those. Yeah, that's not so bad. And then we'll just have to read through the entire thing. Or I guess we'll do the load from runner directory again, right? So this is load from runner directory. Yeah. So this is fairly complicated. A bit hard to read. Yeah. So we'll loop through every single file. Let me talk my way through it really quick. So loop through all the file values. File values look like this, so we don't actually need to look at the keys at all. We grab the stripped file, or the split file name, split whatever. We'll uncompress it just because. We also get the strip file path, which strips off the first one of these, pong, in this case. We check the file size. If there is nothing in there, so the uncompressed size is 0, then we'll just skip it. Data, if there's nothing there, fail to uncompress. I mean, that's not really an error, I guess. That's more of like an info, so we'll just take that out. This is bad. We should always have a raw array from that. Then we'll go through, so I have a directory, the file name split, r split, so we'll split it from the right side this time. So if it's ultra nested, otherwise it'll just be like ASDF and core text. File directory is the runner directory, which is user runner. And we'll append these to each other. So that's the file directory. So in this case, it'd be ASDF and core text. But in the case of like Gdml JSON, I think it should just be, yeah, it'll just be, oh, I see. I see. I see. So, if file name split size is greater than 1. Yeah. Else nothing. That's probably better. Yeah. That's probably better. So we'll always have the runner directory, and then this is like conditionally, maybe we'll use the the value if it exists, otherwise just empty. Yeah, okay. So send me. Examples, Pong, Zip. I'm watching 6 animes at the same time. Yep. Seasonal anime watcher spotted. Oh, look, it worked. Look at that. How neat. 12 errors though. File must be opened before use. Very cool. Are there any good animes that you're watching? Or are they all just kind of eh? So I wasn't really able to open this. So print file directory. Yes, I eagerly await for you to type in the rest. Well, I'm also not sure, right? Because I know that you are into comedy and or maybe slice of life, and I find those very droll. Not my favorite kind of content for sure. So runner ASDF user runner. Shouldn't that be fine? Watching a parody anime? Isn't that just... That's like any of the meta animes, right? Like Konosuba's a parody, more or less. Isn't Gintama a parody of like tropes? Or is Gintama just a comedy? That should be correct. Like it's okay to have extra slashes. On files drop load zip 156. These are all 156 though, but it's writing them correctly. If not file open, file must be opened before use. All right, hold up. Run me again. So let me check this. That's inside the runner. That's not quite correct. I'm also watching one seasonal anime and one dubbed anime. What do you mean one dubbed? Why are you watching one anime dubbed? Or are you only watching, or you're not even watching seasonal anime. You're watching like, like you're just watching random anime then? Is that what's happening? Grab all of these. Load zip. So I do need to clean up the thing first. So we'll clean it up. Why not? What are the anime that you are watching? I'm sure you're dying to type it. Have you been waiting for me to ask so that you can type it in the chat? All right. So what do we got here? So this should be runner, and then what is the file directory? File directory should be runner ASDF. Wait a minute. Stripped file path. Oh, this is wrong. Oh, I see. I see. So this should be like stripped file path, just like by itself, plus runner. Yeah. Why am I using the file directory? This should be the file name split. So runner directory, and then this thing. Yeah. Yatogame Chan's fourth season is the seasonal anime I'm watching. I don't know what that is, but I feel like you mentioned it before. It's like a 4-koma, I think. It's dubbed, high quality dub. No name, so you know it's shameful. I understand. I know the plights of the degenerate anime watcher. Oh, hello, Protafin. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Protafin, if that's how you pronounce it. How are you? Thank you for popping in. Guess I'll... Yeah, you mentioned this before. Dash. Some sort of 4-koma, a comedy. Yeah. So what I'm working on, by the way, Protafin, if you want to check this out. Maybe you don't, but I'm going to show you anyways. So this is HTML style layouts. You may have gleaned that from the title. So this is what I'm testing, is Pong. It's slightly more interesting with this, because this has inline CSS doing some of the styling. It's also JavaScript style, so you can just have random code just inline as well. Subscribe with Prime. Oh, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Much appreciated. In return, I will give you a link to the secret sauce. Here it is. Profetafin. Yeah, I think I've been pronouncing that incorrectly. Let's drink some wine, everybody. High quality dub means the subtitles match the dub. So you're watching a subtitle dubbed and subbed at the same time? That's wild. There you go. Halfway done with my water. Just casual liter of water. But yeah, here's the repository. Look at that. Actually, I've already posted that. Sorry, I got distracted. But the entire reason why I'm doing this, and I should probably show you how it works first as well. So I know it works with just regular folders. I'm still testing out the zip file stuff, but look at that. So this is all defined via Gdml, which you can actually find in the repository. Oh no, I lost it. Gdml under examples Pong. And so what's actually being run is pong.xml. If you run it from the editor, you're probably going to be running it from the text scene. And all the text scene does is it loads it, just has a few loader code things. So there's actually like no logic in the text scene file. Everything is contained within the XML stuff. So there we go. It's actually meant to be run or be used for this thing here, OpenC Face GD, which is the same face tracker that I'm using right now. I wrote this, by the way. I'm in the process of rewriting it, so I can show off the rewrite if you want. So before I even get an answer, I'm going to show it off. Look at that. Default runner, default GUI. So I do need to get this done, so I've decided not to use the UI library for this just yet, but for version 1.1, maybe I'll provide something. But all of this is hard-coded. But the idea was to use that HTML style library to do the UI for this so that it does not require a re-export in order to, you know, do all kinds of fancy changes and stuff. But this is the upcoming rewrite, so you know, you can have multiple of the same menu open, blah, blah. So you do all your configuration. So it's not on screen. Whereas right now, how I had designed it was to not hide, like try to avoid hiding information when you can, which I think it's more intuitive, but I do realize that it is also like super information overload when you have just, you know, every menu is just tons of things being thrown at you, which is why I'm going with this approach later. Yeah. Oh, don't close that. So I thought, by the way, that this would be really quick, but as it turns out, it's taking forever because working with the file system, very tough. But yeah, I guess if you want to check out the rest of my GitHub stuff, I mostly work on Godot related libraries, so there you go. Everything is more or less free and open source. I think there's a few repositories that are under a different license because they interact with code that is not mine, and therefore I cannot MIT or Apache to license it. Also reading manga. Nice. I'm also reading manga, or I was reading manga. I'm now up to date on Overlord. I'm surprised that some people rate it very lowly. Like, it's not a good isekai, which I think is the point. It's it's supposed to be a subversion of standard isekai tropes. I'm a fan of it though. It's fairly dark. It's kind of dark. All right, run me here. So what I'm trying to do right now is do zip file whatever's, because if you want to move things around or easily drop files into things, because this is supposed to be like a standalone runner, so you can just load whatever you want. What the heck? So you can load whatever you want. So load this in, you can load in this. And so this all is doable without requiring a re-export. So I know even for regular Godot stuff, if you want to make things moddable or whatever, you actually need to re-export a Godot packed scene, or not packed scene, just a Godot pack. And then you need to handle it appropriately, etc., etc. Whereas right now, this one, nothing needs to be exported. It doesn't even need to be written in Godot, right? You can just write this into a standard text editor and it should just work, which is kind of the cool part. But yeah. Let me see. Unable to open user runner. Hey, add child is null, that's fair. Some slice of life animes I'm watching are Joshi Raku and Wasteful Days of High School Girl. Something seems a bit off, but I guess you're into what you're into, I suppose. I have a very bad habit I've noticed of starting and stopping my sentence with the same phrase. Unable to open. File name split. Yeah, I'm happy for you that you enjoy slice of life anime. I suppose that there must be someone out there that is, keeping these series afloat. I, for one, don't understand the appeal, though. As stated before, I'm more into, things that make me feel. I don't feel anything when watching slice of life. I'm just, except for a slight notion of disgust. File name split. File name split. So where does this come from? Let's close this, because I know that running the GIF for whatever reason tends to just absolutely kill performance. I don't know why. So file name split. This should actually be file name split. Or it's not even file name split. Oh, split stripped file path. This is probably what I want. So stripped file path. The only off anime. What's off anime? Is a parody one. I can't name it, even though it's classified as shonen. What do you mean you can't name it? Is it too shameful to name? Is that it? Don't worry, I've been there before. Oh, slice of animes are completely innocent and family friendly. Maybe. Perhaps. Perhaps. Yeah, I mean, you like what you like. You like what you like. You are entitled to, don't let me tell you what you should or should not watch. But I guess if you're looking for validation from me, you're not going to get it. I'm sorry. Because I don't understand it, but that doesn't mean you can't. So unable to open. Is it also not able to write? Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. Goodbye Zetsubo Sensei. I mean that's what it literally says. Is this lewd? Could be lewd. May or may not be lewd. Goodbye, Mr. Despair. Okay. Cool. Watching like some pretty old anime actually. 2007? No, those are different times. That's pretty old though. Unable to open. Alright. Why isn't this working though? So that should be fine. Like there's nothing in it, right? So the stripped file path that we're looking at is ASDF core text. So if we go into ASDF, it's working on it. It's thinking about it. Yeah. Print error, okay. Like you should be able to do that though, right? Yes, I do watch old animes. Minami K. Minami Ka. K? What is this? Yeah. Yeah, I can tell what kind of yeah. Not really what I'm into, yeah. I do whatever I can to avoid that type of anime. Yeah, I watched K-On! Season 1. Like, if this is the pinnacle, then I suppose that we have a lot farther to fall. Why am I not able to do this, by the way? So that should be okay. Runner directory, yeah. Like I do the same thing for watching anime in 420p is painful. Well, that's how it used to be, right? Like if you weren't willing to pay for anime, you used to have to watch it on like Kiss Anime. And also just constantly flip the servers until you could find like a steady stream. And even then you still would have to wait forever for it to buffer. The good old days. Before, you know, Crunchyroll sold out and all that. Well, no. After Crunchyroll sold out. So this is actually how this is working for copy directory recursive. Right, so I open stuff up. No, actually this is directory copy. Oh no. Oh, come on. You watch educational anime or mangas? I have not. You know what I do own? I own the manga guide to databases. I own this. I've never actually read it. Let's open this in an incognito window so I don't show off my accounts. Yeah, so I do own this. And I think I own another one. I think I own another one. Yeah, it's like the manga guide to statistics, I think, as well. Maybe. Yeah, so that's the only one. I don't watch educational ones. It's like I could get a lot more education just reading a textbook. I guess I would be less entertained, but you know. File right. So there's two matches. Yeah, I'm using file right here. Are you not able to write when you're doing it locally? Is that it? Recommend Cells at Work. I feel like I mentioned this before, but I've tried watching Cells at Work and I just fell asleep. I found Cells at Work to be extremely boring. Oh, it's this one. I got it wrong. Okay, so I think this actually does work. I accidentally inserted a double negative, which is why this broke. Attempt to call function connect and base null instance on a null instance. Try to pop root object out from stack. Okay, so there's a problem in the runner here. All right, delete the runner. Then watch cells at work black. What's that? I don't think it's gonna get any better. What are you suggesting? Like, watching something in the same genre is gonna be better? Absolutely not. No. You know, I'm a busy guy. I got things to do. I gave it its fair shake. I tried, watched 3 episodes, decided, you know what? Can't do it. It's very boring. Attempt to call function connects and base null instance on a null instance. So load from runner directory. So I can always check what the entry point is. Resource file not found. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, entry points is pong.xml. And then I can check here. Maybe something got messed up here. So runner is pong.xml. Yeah, that's your entry points. Reload it, yeah. So yeah, pong.xml. Busy animes are busy people. Those are also called short anime. Not really. I don't. Not really into that. I think the file is in memory, which is why it displays as 0 kilobytes. Godot is the worst short anime I've ever watched in my entire life. I think you've mentioned that before as well. Can't say. Can't say. I'm not in the business of watching bad anime. Like, if something's really good, like Demon Slayer, should probably watch it at some point. I guess like Attack on Titan Season 3, should probably also watch that at some point. I guess we can step into the function and then see what it does. No, yeah. I mean, this should all be fine. Is there something wrong with the formatting here? Like, this looks right to me. Yeah, Demon Slayer is like Hollywood. Yeah, like, I hear it's real good. I hear it's real good. I think I hit an error. Oh, it tried to pop root object from the stack. So there's something very wrong here. Something very, very wrong here. So load from runner directory, and then this. Mainstream anime. Yeah, well, that's good. It's too shiny. I don't know. I mean, it's good though, right? There's nothing wrong with watching something that's highly well produced, right? Like, if you want to be a hipster, then be like, yeah, I only watch like ultra indie anime drawn by hand, painstakingly at a blinding 5 FPS. It's like, yeah, you do you, right? But I have other things to do with my life. Unless someone wants to pay me to watch bad anime. Yeah, so this is fine. So, yeah, I've seen that joke before, yeah. I didn't even have to. All I had to do was read the start of it and the end of it. All I had to do was read the start and the end. So, yeah. Software tester goes up, bar goes up in flames. Yep. It's that joke. Boo, get better material. So Pong. I wonder if it's... Why isn't attempt to. I don't know what it is. Like I could always try to. Well, run it, yeah, but that's tough, man. That's tough. So Gdml to JSON, that's fine. That's Pong XML. ASDF, this has ASDF in it. Nice. Wonder if there's an anime about programmers. There is. There is. Isn't there an anime about like making video games actually? Yeah, where does this get messed up when it starts parsing? Or is it be, or maybe I should be able to look at the scene tree at this point in time? Attempt to call function connect in base null instance on a null instance. Why is that? I think it's called new game. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. No, Golden Boy has one episode with computer engineering. What's Golden Boy? Balviz. What is this? Balviz. Find node, Valviz. Yeah. Golden Boy. I've never heard of this. I don't recognize this either. When did this come out? 95 to 96? That's so old. What is this? Watch official Netflix VTuber and co. Create her own very own anime list. What is this weeb garbage? Why so many Chrome tabs? Yeah. Golden Boy. We'll think about it. We'll think of what did Mal give it? Mal gave it a 8. That's not too bad. That's not so bad. It's an ecchi. Is it ecchi? It's adult humor. Oh, you know, it does have ecchi on it. Meh. I mean, if it's good, it's good. If it's good, it's good. And it's only 6 episodes. That's perfect. It's something that you can watch in about 3 hours. I'll add it to my anime list here. I use AniList. I'm a hipster. Status. Plan to watch. Save. Sent. Yeah. Yeah, this isn't actually that many Chrome tabs, by the way. This is about the expected amount of Chrome tabs. Yeah, so this is where we're at, and it failed calling ready on line 9. That's about the best that you're gonna get. Hello, Captain Clown. Hello. What's up? What's up? How are you? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's roughly 9. I'm good. I'm trying to learn Godot. Ooh. You may or may not have come to the right place. Show us your anime list. Here's my anime list. Along with notes, I suppose, Dash. Yeah. What I'm working on right now is a HTML style, you know, you can read probably. HTML style. So this is Pong written in HTML style. The code is free and open source. It's not something that most people are going to use, but if you have a use for it, it's going to be very useful. Or if you have a use for code that should be moddable and easily replaceable after you export your project, it could be cool. Could be cool. I'm trying to debug why zip files aren't working though. I have a feeling that they didn't get deserialized correctly. I need help. Yeah, don't we all? I also need help, but you know, we're working through it, right? So here's Pong. Check that out. So all you need to do is drag a folder or even just the file into the thing, and then there it is. It also works via web. All right, look how cool that is. You can also just do that. So level 1, 2, 3, blah, blah. If we run it like this, we'll run into a few errors, but you just gotta skip through. I have a feeling I know why I'm running into the errors. Well, actually, no, I don't have a feeling I know why. I know exactly why I'm running into errors with this one, but, you know, the buttons still work. So these are all just generated via XML, which is kind of cool. Can I send a pastebin of my errors? Yeah, sure, I guess. I mean, could you... I mean... I guess if you want my Godot resume, I do have an itch.io, so I have made a few games before. I don't just make tooling and this thing here. So all the code that you see besides the Godot editor, I did write. Even the stream avatars-esque thing, which seems to surprise a lot of people. Look at that. Made in Godot, etc., etc. How fancy. Paste bin. All right. Better not be a schlong. Look at that. Safe save failed. What is that? Built-in parse error expected a... Yeah. Built-in 8 parse error expected a comma or a... Yeah. Yeah. So you have a parser error, right? Do you have any errors in your project? That seems about... It seems pretty self-explanatory, right? Yeah, you have a parser error somewhere. Not sure where because I don't know what your code looks like. You could always, if you're not sure what you should be looking at, you could always go to Godot. I'm assuming you're using 3.4. You know, go to the repository, go to modules, GD script, C++, GD script C++, 577. And then just try to work backwards through the stack trace to see what went wrong. And so if error, yeah, it parsed it. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, you should have an error if you're writing your code in the editor. It failed to parse. It failed to parse. So there's something wrong with your code. It failed to parse. There's nothing else there. That's exactly it. You recommend me Kokoro Connect? I feel like I've watched that. Is that on my Annie list? What was Kokoro Connect? I need a refresher. What is Kokoro Connect? Oh, it's this one. This one's good. I would recommend it, yes. That's pretty good. Not the best thing I've ever watched. Did I have any notes? Yeah. I gave it a 6. I remember. Yeah, I remember. It's not very good. I returned from the... What does that mean? So what this means is that you have a typo somewhere. Yeah. Welcome back, Rotbjorn. Rotbjorn. Kokoro Connect looks like K-On! It's like K-On! Except the first half is like pretty dark. K-On! Never gets dark. It just gets... yeah, I think if you think K-On! Gets dark at any points, you should probably go touch grass, as the kids like to say. K-On! Is not dark at whatsoever. Kokoro Connect was pretty okay. I also agree. I did paste in my Annie list, so I do have my personal notes and ratings for all the random stuff. Some controversy regarding the people behind Kokoro Connect, if I recall correctly. Yes, I also heard that, but I don't know. My style looks like K-On's. Our side. They all look the same, man. All the art styles are more or less. It's all drawn, you know. I feel like for like anime, there's three types of art styles, right? So you have like the standard anime style, you have like the chibi style, and then you have 3D. Those are the three styles of anime. I don't really see any other ones. Clanad style. That's the same style. That's the same style as the standard anime style. I suppose if you want to get like weird with it, Code Geass has its own kind of noodle person style. Like Code Geass, everyone is like super slim, super long legs and arms, I guess. But I mean, that's pretty much it. It's all the same past that. I guess Agretsuko was also not chibi or other. Agretsuko was like, I don't know, just like a regular animation. If you want to get like specific with it, then, you know, be my guest. JoJo, CGI, Moe, plain, boring, I guess, you know. Now everyone look out, we have a connoisseur in the building. Mushoku's art style. Mushoku Tensei? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know why this is different, by the way. So we go to Pong. We can open up this again. Doesn't exist. That's fine. Copy me. Did something change? Or is this the same? Yeah, nothing changed, but it doesn't get parsed correctly. Or actually, is there something that I'm doing here so it's not actually loading in the correct file? It should be though, because the config JSON is there. Yeah, mob psycho style plus hair. Yeah, I mean, you're clearly taking this like a little too literally, unless that was the point. You know, you know, Ajin. There's the Ajin art style, which is like weird 3D. Ajin wasn't very good, but I liked it. It was not really worth a watch, but it wasn't horrible. I think the story was cool. The actual execution was bad. Mob Psycho season 3, by the way, really happy. I need to watch Mob Psycho. I need to finish watching Goblin Slayer. I got bored. Pong. Okay. So what is this? Main.xml. So it thinks it's that. Data entry point. So the entry point is now Pong XML. Gdml generate. Wait, runner directory, context path, Godot markup language runner. Yeah, that's right. Which Goblin said to bring up? I said anime repo again. Drop Goblin Slayer IMO. Yeah, probably. I mean, when did I last update my thing on it? I started watching it in 2019, then wrote this thing, and then just never started again. Your manga read list has some very suspicious stuff. It does, for sure. It's not my proudest manga list, but yeah, I have nothing to hide. This is also not even ultra updated. I think my manga dex library is probably a bit more up to date. But I don't think that you can see other people's reads on MangaDex, so I'm safe. I'm safe. Nothing to worry about. Watch 11 of the currently airing shows. I believe you have Dash beat in amounts of anime being watched. Plus Black Clover. I heard Black Clover sucked, and then it got good again. Breakpoints. And then the error, because I don't know what the error is. Because it's because of this. Try to pop root object from the stack. All right, undo me, redo me. I can debug this last thing and then we can almost call it a day. All right, so send me from there. What is the call stack? So this is at generate, huh? Uchi no ko no tama naru naraba ore wa moshikashitara mao mo taosuru Wait, hold on. Families or homes, no ko, no tame. No, I don't know that. I, wa, something. Dark Lord, already, beaten. Some kamo shiranai. It's one of the most suspicious manga. Are we trying to like shame me for my manga reading preferences? There's no way you can shame me. Watched Love of Kill. What's Love of Kill? Is that good? Is there a manga? Love of Kill. Oh, I feel like I've read this before. I feel like I've already read this. You shame me for watching Happy Sugar Life? Yeah. Well, I suppose like good luck. I have no shame. I have no shame. You're gonna have to work a lot harder to shame me on this. Yeah, Love of Kill. I feel like I've watched it, or I've read a Love of Kill. Actually, what's the Japanese name? Koyoshi. Yeah, I feel like I've read this. I feel like I've read this. Have I read this? This sounds familiar. Oh, I dropped it. Yeah, I was on volume 6 and then I dropped it. Yeah, there we go. I don't remember why I dropped it though. It's good to know it's still going. I thought it sounded familiar though. Normalize stack. Pop. Try to pop root object from the stack. I think that's fine though. Add child. Generate. Generate. So where are we at inside this tag thing? This is area 2D, and then it gets kind of weird. I don't know why this is different. Like, why is this handled different if like it's like this works if it's not zipped, but when it is zipped, it's working differently, even though there's no difference. Like I've already tried copy and pasting it into the thing. The only file that's even read is pong.xml, which is working correctly. So if you paste it in here, oh, it cut off the, what the heck? Was that me? Did I accidentally mess this up? Oh, I see. It cut off part of the... It cut off a lot of it, actually. What the heck? What? Yeah, it cut it off here. That's why. That's why. Shachiku Succubus no Hanashi. You know what? That's actually a really good one. I would recommend that. I would recommend that one. I think it's also against TOS, like to show it on Twitch. I'm not going to show it, but it is surprisingly wholesome. Surprisingly wholesome. I think someone like recommended me watch or read the, what is it? Don't Bully Me Nagatoro-san. But then I couldn't remember it, so I just started typing in like, I just started typing in stuff, and I was like, oh, this sounds about right. Read it, I was like, this is almost certainly not what my friend was talking about, but it's pretty good. TOS for what reason? I mean, it's about succubus. It's about succubus. You know, I'm a red-blooded dude. Do you like me a good succubus? I'm single. Yeah, but it's okay. The pre-pandemic times were much better times, but it's okay. I think the story is surprisingly wholesome though. Better Twitch TV. I don't know. Like if you are bored. I mean, it's a very short one to read. I would recommend reading that one. Yeah. It's like suggestive. It's definitely ecchi for sure. Let me think. It's definitely suggestive, but I don't think it's... It never goes into like just straight porn territory, which is good. There are no wholesome lewd anime mangas. Have I said that? Can you clip it for me? Please clip it for me. Prove it. So I know why this is failing, by the way. Yeah, you can't gaslight me into thinking I said something I didn't. Yeah, I think this is wrong. I think this is wrong. Yeah. I think the zip file doesn't actually... I don't think it's actually printing correctly. Yeah, because I think it's actually dropping like half the file. Streamer's always right, I remember that. Hey, you know, I'm not always right, but I think if you're going to say something, if you're going to say that I said something that is potentially controversial, I require proof. Of course. You can try to gaslight me, but it's not going to work. I wish you the best of luck. Is this right? Yeah, this is correct. So inside of the zip file, this is fine. But then when we drop it into here, yeah, then it gets deserialized improperly. But no, this is correct. Maybe not. Yeah, no, yeah, that's right. That's right. But it doesn't write the file correctly. What the heck? Ooh? Stream is always right, no exceptions. All right. Are you trying to say I'm not right about the streamer not always being right? Riddle me this. Riddle me this. Good stream from YouTube. Why? Sorry, streamer. Yes, streamer's not always right. Get owned or something like that. Why is this though? So var text. Let's just try to grab the text. So this is some sort of string. Maybe this just happens too quickly and then we lose data. That doesn't make any sense to me, but I have no other explanation as to why the file is not being, you know, loaded correctly. Yeah, that's the runner. We don't care about the runner. Examples. Pong. Yeah, what the heck? Yeah, stop the process. Go back here. Look at Pong XML. Observe that the bottom part of it is... Yeah, we're just missing part of it. How does that happen? Do I need to loop through the entire file? Like, it works normally, but that's because I'm not storing string. Is there like a hard limit to the amount of text that you can store? Or actually, what I can do is... I'm not interested in slice of life anime, then why'd you watch Henkei Shoujo? Henkei Shoujo is good. Henkei Shoujo isn't even a slice of life. Henkei Shoujo, right? Henkei Shoujo, yeah, Henkei Shoujo is not even slice of life. Henkei Shoujo is just bizarre. Like, give me something that's weird. I wanna be weirded out. Henkei Shoujo, definitely not slice of life. If you're calling it slice of life, then I think your your life is way more interesting than mine. Store Store buffer? Is this store buffer? Store buffer? And then this is data? Question mark? Maybe? So maybe that's a bit better, so we don't even need to turn it back into text. We can just directly send it. Nope. Why is it different? That doesn't make any sense. Pong XML. It's changed. Yeah, no, it must be the zip. Like the zip unpacking algorithm must be kind of borked. But looking at whatever the heck it's showing here, maybe it's not even uncompressing it though. I mean, it does decompress the other files correctly. Strike witches? What's strike witches? Pani pony dash? No. Absolutely not. Yeah, like this is correct. This is correct. This is correct. I think it just has trouble reading it all in, so I think Excel Saga? I think I've watched Excel Saga. I think I've watched Excel Saga. I'm not sure, man. Like that's tough. I at this point I would need to look inside of GD unzip because it's probably not unzipping stuff properly. But then that would require me to look into the unzip algorithm, which is tough. Possibly. I wonder if part of the algorithm is hanging up because of... There's no way it's because of the semicolon, right? It's probably not because of this. Maybe. But I don't want to do any research into how to do this stuff. Yeah, I'll have to think more about this. For smaller files, this almost certainly works. So if I go into examples, nested Gdml will probably zip up properly. Is that the first? It's not. It's not the first semicolon in the file, so that's probably not the answer. I'm just, you know, throwing out ideas, you know? 'Cause I don't know. See, like this, it works. It works. Forgot to ask this, but what's the reason for having different versions of the Godot engine? So, for HTML5 exports, I try to use the standard build because building, you know, doing all the unscripted stuff myself is a huge pain. I'd really rather not do that. But I also have my own custom build. How'd you zip the file in the first place? 7-zip? Yeah, I 7-zipped it, yeah. But how is Godot pronounced? I feel like I've been saying Godot pretty commonly. So Godot is French. So you should not say Godot. It's like a very Western way of saying it. I guess almost like a North American way of saying it. I was like, dang old Godot. You know, it's not how it works. You know, I guess you could the way that you're supposed to do it is like waiting for Godot. So however waiting for Godot is pronounced. Godot. So, but I think people have come around to the saying it Godot because I think the lead developer of the engine also calls it Godot. So it's basically whatever you want, but most normal people call it Godot. Godot. Don't say Godot. Most normal people say Godot. I guess if you want to be a contrarian and look really uneducated, you could call it Godot. Good. Yeah, I don't know. That's about it. Because it has nothing to do with Golang. Right, Golang is completely separate. It also has nothing to do with this engine. So, I mean, I feel like that's why people think it's like, oh, like you're using Godot, so like a Golang based game engine, how fantastic. It's like, no, Not at all. Not at all. I say it very Swedishly. Godot, like dodo. How do you? Yes, I guess Swedish is also another language I don't really know. Man, I don't know that many European languages. I can pronounce things kind of in German. I'm fairly confident in my Spanish. That's pretty much it. I guess Italian as well. Speak English pretty well. Yeah. Like 1.3 thousand channel points. All right. So by the way, I need to check this out. Or I guess the logic for handling zip files also needs to be handled a bit better, because I think I've made a mistake here as well. So if we go into this and I actually zip it like that, so to this, right? I think this will actually break. I think this will actually break. Yeah, okay. It's broken. So I've accidentally wrote this in such a way that it requires a containing folder, which is not good. Let's just add a to-do and just say it's broken for now. To-do, this is broken. Requires a containing folder currently. Currently requires. Oh no, either don't worry. What is Visual Basic? Yeah, I know Visual Basic and I absolutely hate it. Visual Basic, one of the worst programming languages ever made. For sure. Well, it's not one of the worst. Like, it's easy to understand, but also it has manual memory management, more or less, which is weird. What is a makefile? Makefile is just a set of instructions for building an application. And it's the one that most people are familiar with. Yeah. But I don't know. For now, zip files don't work. I don't know what's going on with that. When I unzip the file, so if I zip it here, who is this GNU and why do they have monopoly over everything? Yeah. Who is this GNU I've been hearing you speak about? What does git ignore? I have an excellent website for you and all your questions. It is google.com. Go ogle the things that you're interested in, etc. I stole that joke. That's not my joke. It is a very good one though. See, like this is it. Yeah, 7-zip does it properly. 7-zip unzips the files properly. And that's also, yeah, this is also correct because I'm just directly copying it. Can you try zipping differently? Well, it's not the zip file though, right? It's not the zip because I'm able to zip it and unzip it. And then even when it's zipped, right? Even when it's zipped, like so, we can go into it. Whatever, like this, and we can look at the zipped file inside of it and observe that everything is still there. So we have the walls at the very bottom of the file, which is correct. What's that god-awful language called? English? Uses weird glyphs. Oh, I know this one. Oh, man. Are you talking, as long as you're doing, as long as you're talking about like programming languages. Algol? No. Could be Godot has unzip strong, so different zip could be an answer if that's the case. No, I think it's just because it's truncating part of the zip, right? It must be like running out of space. Maybe. But I don't know. Like it could still totally be an error with the GD unzip library that I'm using. So I don't know. What is that language you're talking about, by the way? It's not BCPL. Isn't it? Nah, I don't remember. APL, yes, APL that uses all the things, and you need a special keyboard in order to program with it. I remember. It's a very good one for sure. Get compressed. Returns false. Can't be found. We don't want the compressed one. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much it. And then this is just a bunch of file magic. That's tough. Not interested in slice of life animes and watching what Caesarea children. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty good. That one was pretty good. Is that one a slice of life? I thought that one was more of a romance. Yeah, Caesarea children. Yeah, that's a romance anime. Like, how much romance is in K-On? Riddle me this. Answer, there is none. It's also slice of... Yeah, you know, anything can be slice of life if you are, like, twisted enough. If you are twisted enough, and if you do twist it enough. What are words but just things that we use to describe phenomena that occurs in our daily life? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what this is. I would need to do, like, some further testing on this, but this is scary, man. Like, TINF uncompressed site, is it like... How would I verify this? I have an unidentified flying insect BRB. Nice. Just use your government mandated iguana to suck it up for you, or frog or whatever. Man, when I was a kid, we used to have a bunch of toads just in our house because they would always find their way into our like garage, and from there they would just make their way into the house. It was very strange, but also toads pretty sick. For that period of time, which is like a week, no bugs in the house whatsoever. Of course, also just finding a toad in your bathtub, bit disconcerting. Okay, so in all the 54 animes I've watched a slice of life. Nice, congratulations, I guess. There's some ants and silverfish. When zipping the full, try add to archive in menu. I don't think that's it, but it might be. Maybe it's the algorithm that's different, but yeah, I guess I don't need to use Sezen zip. I can just use add to archive. I swear I've seen this before. I know what you're talking about. Add to archive? I don't think this is what I want. What, then we zip it? Doesn't Windows already have a zip thingy as well? I don't know. I don't know. Why is a toad called a toad if he's a mushroom? Oh, good joke. Good joke. See the algorithms? Yeah. Algorithms. Compression method, right? All right. Well, this is TINF, right? Window developer mode. Yeah, is it because it's using TINF? But that shouldn't make a difference, right? Tiny inflates, imperative style, blah blah, faux pointer arithmetic, structs. Duplicate to make an instance from these structs. I was planning on making my portfolio website. I got waste giant spent the whole night. Now it's 5 a.m. It's also starting to get late for me as well, since I have to wake up tomorrow. What is Windows developer mode? It puts you in developer mode for Windows. You know, I'll send you an invoice for my consulting fee. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should be in Windows developer mode if I'm not already in Windows developer mode. Yeah. What am I supposed to do here, by the way, with the algorithm? So if we go back to GD on zip, blah, blah, modest zip decompressing, inflate algorithm, doesn't do CRSC checks. TINF 404, that's pretty good. Oh, it's because it's a Bitbucket. God, I hate Bitbucket, man. Well, I don't like Bitbucket from or like public Bitbucket. I like it when Bitbucket is hosted by the company, and then after that, it's not so bad. I guess I don't know what I'm supposed to do here then. So we can 7-zip it, add to archive. Compression method. Maybe we can bzip to it, I suppose, and then send it. Universal Windows Platform. This is a 7-zip, by the way. I don't think this is gonna work. Yeah, because I don't even handle this file extension, but I can try to cheat it. I can try to cheat it. So it won't be handled properly, maybe. Failed to load zip. All right, that's fair enough. That happens sometimes. Yeah. Universal Windows Platform sucks. No one uses it. Don't use it. Windows 32, that's just Windows 32. Bzip. I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, this is 7-zip. Deflate. Deflate 64? I don't know, man. Send me again. No, it's the same error. Yeah. I should probably change these back. Just give me the defaults. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. We don't want to ultra compress it. We just want to bundle them together. Word size. I don't know what that means. Encryption. We're not using any encryption. Delete files out of compression. Absolutely not. Yeah, I got nothing, man. It's just the format, the archive, not the... Yeah, I know, yeah. But you can try to trick things into using a different handler if you want. Right? Just like file extensions don't matter. They only matter when you're, you know, I guess want like syntax highlighting for certain files to happen automatically. Yeah, I think people usually place too much weight on file extensions when they really shouldn't. When UI is very important for making modern-looking programs. It's very important for making Windows-looking programs, for sure. But I would prefer to not tie anything down to a specific operating system. Try this, add a few lines of code before where it cuts. I could just add a few more spaces and it would do almost the same thing, right? Like I'm almost certainly 100% sure that it's like you don't need to add lines of code. You can just add spaces, right? I think it's just running out of space. So I would need to look at the algorithm. So yeah, we run into the same error. And then I can look at the runner, Pong XML. Look at that. That's not the right one. Wait, huh? Wait a minute. Is that it? No, that's right. What the heck? Wait. Wait a minute, hold on. All right. Delete this, reload me. That's the runner. This is Pong zip. Null instance, yeah. We can see here that it's still hooking up the score display. Run me. Go to Godot markup language, runner, Pong XML, reload it, yeah. Well, see, now it's correct now, but I haven't changed anything. Spaces don't really do much. Well, they are additional characters to parse. So I suppose I could have just added a bunch of spaces, right? because a space is still a character. It's just an empty character. Just like 0 is a number, it's just an empty number. So in computer terms, a space is a character. That's basically the gist of it. But right now, looks like it's actually parsing it correctly, but it's very strange. Like it's still parsing. It has the correct file, but it's no longer giving me an error like I expect. I don't know. Why are you like this? This is the area 2D. 0 divided by 0 is 0 divided by 0 is in 0, isn't it? It's only when you do an actual number divided by 0 is that you get infinity. It looks interesting. I'll see if I can bother making a simple Pong game or something tomorrow. Well, yeah, whatever I'm doing is not representative of Godot. I'm doing some weird stuff. So I'm doing some weird stuff. Like I'm doing some unzipping at runtime and all that, which you really should not be doing if you can avoid it. But there's a zip algorithm that doesn't think 50 megs of space ends. In terms of the zip algorithm, don't think 50 megs of space and end up with a big zip. The number divided by itself is equal to 1. Is that true? I don't know. It's been a while. Oh no, my cup. Result is undefined. Okay. I apologize. It's actually undefined. Here's a somewhat extensible plus open source engine. Yeah, the open source engine part is definitely the best part about it. Because you can just look at the source. You can extend it if you want. Like I've written, I suppose, something that's kind of interesting is this part here. So the reason why I have this using strings instead of just calling it directly is because this is one of my engine modifications. So I redirect standard error prints back to the application so I can catch them. It doesn't always work, but it works enough. Unexpected style attribute. That sounds interesting as well. I wonder if yeah, hold on. That's interesting. Pause it. So it did not parse all the way. I know my parsing algorithm is super functional. Or I wonder if it's just cutting off certain parts of it. Yeah, see, look. Yeah, okay. See, that's what I was expecting. So it's just running out of space. I wonder if it's because of this. So it's just, if it's holding it all in memory. Okay, here's the test. So this should give me the full file. Reload me. Okay, so now it's not even giving me the full file anywhere. So it's running out of space. It's running out of space. So there's not too much I can do here except maybe file an issue, but I would think I would prefer to try to look into it first. But yeah, I think that's gonna be it for me for today. Thanks for tuning in. I will be live tomorrow, Wednesday, from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time, working on this kind of stuff. I don't think there's really anything for me to push here because the only thing I really worked on was, what did I actually work on? Yeah, mostly just a few changes to runner GD. So git diff runner GD. What changed? Yeah, you know, some changes for handling. I guess I can still commit these. Git commit, or no, git add all. So all of this stuff is available on my GitHub, which I will post later. after I push the latest code. Zip loading works for small files. Seems to run out of memory for larger files, but actually this file isn't even that large, it's just an XML file. I have no idea. This is like utterly baffling. But yeah, there's a repository. You know, give the channel a follow if you haven't already. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, and on Wednesdays from 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time. You know, there's a Discord if you want to, you know, I guess bother me some more. Let's see. I posted the GitHub. I don't know. I have some games here, all free to play. Yeah, some. What other commands am I able to type? Yeah, pretty much everything else is garbage. Yeah. Let's find someone to raid. Let me hide my Twitch history here so no one else can see it. Who else is doing stuff? Yeah, let's raid Nova. Yeah. Nova is doing actual game development with Godot. So, yeah. Let's see how that goes. But yeah. Thanks for tuning in. I'll see you 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow. Goodbye.